Honourable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegation of New Zealand recognises the noble intent behind this resolution, but we find two fatal flaws in Clause 2C and Clause 5. Firstly, Clause 2C wants to place a UN counter-terrorist force in the MENA region. This, in our view, would only apply to the conflict between Burkina Faso, Niger, Syria, Mali against Islamic extremists. These countries have recently kicked out all foreign armies, including some UN forces, and would most definitely refuse a counter-terrorist force. Clause 5, in its own words, reaffirms the already established UN sustainability goals that have already failed in these MENA countries. Clause 5, therefore, in our belief, was put into the resolution for the sake of putting it into the resolution. Without these two clauses, the resolution will just be for the development of farming in the MENA region, calling for women's rights in countries that don't have stable governments in most cases, and reaffirming already existing United Nations goals, far removed from the title of stability and general development in the MENA region.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Sweden, India, and Malta.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. But why is it that the delegate does not think that a counter-terrorist force is necessary when the goal of this resolution is to combat conflict in the MENA region?
The counterterrorism force is not necessary because the only countries in the MENA region that would need a counterterrorist force have already refused all foreign armies. Recently, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, they all had coups, and the coup leaders, they've kicked out all foreign armies, and Syria has kicked out all foreign armies long ago, except for Russia.
Thank you, Delegate, for your excellent speech. Wouldn't the Delegate agree that the main submitter and the resolution could be more specific on the measures proposed to enhance border control and utilize modern technologies to prevent the illicit trafficking of arms, especially considering the vast and porous borders in the region?
Can the delegate rephrase?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question?
Doesn't the delegate agree that the main submitter and the resolution doesn't specify enough the measures proposed to enhance border control and utilize modern technologies to prevent the illicit trafficking of arms?
We would agree. The entire resolution has many clauses, many of which are irrelevant and sometimes useless. And one of the only ones mentioned is illicit arms trafficking, which could be useful, but it's not defined well enough in this resolution.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Only to add to your points, if we take a look at Clause 10, which is promoting women's rights and education, could it not be said that many of these regions have active religious or cultural biases against women, and this might not be accepted in those regions?
Yes, women's rights could be a problem in these regions, and maybe those countries would refuse this UN resolution. But, yeah.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to delegation China?
This will not be in order, unfortunately. With that, we will be re-entering open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there's anyone wishing to make a speech for or against to that extent, please raise all placards now. Poland.
Fellow delegates, while the delegate agrees with the sentiment behind this resolution, we find that it is flawed in many ways. For instance, Clause 2 hardly addresses the large problem, which is the amount of terrorism that is present within this region. While the clause mentions the usage of counterterrorism task force and various other bodies that are similar, it says that we should simply monitor these terrorist organizations instead of using ways to stopping the root of the problem. In Clause 4, it speaks of an amazing idea of creating permaculture. However, it speaks of installing this within the Sahara region, which is a desolate and infertile region, which makes this clause useless. And finally, in Clause 6, while optimistic is simply absurd. Do we really think that these conflicting states and organizations are simply going to lay down their arms because we ask them to? These conflicts are rooted deep into the hearts of these people. It will take more than simply just asking them to lay down their weapons for there to be a ceasefire. The same argument can be applied to Clause 7. Clause 9 suggests cultural education. However, the majority of cultural conflicts are related to deep tribal hatreds and extremist religious ideologies. We believe that such tolerance will not be shown by these people. And finally, Clause 10. While the delegate supports women's rights and equalities, we believe that these regions don't and will not support women's rights until future development. We believe that this clause is simply too hard for us to stuff down the throats of these regions. This is why we ask our fellow delegates to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. We would like to remind all other delegates to keep decorum and give the speaker the respect they deserve. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Yes, 3.
Delegate has opened themselves up to 3 POIs. If there are 3 such POIs on the floor, please raise all placards now. Costa Rica, Slovakia, and Italy.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. But does the delegate not agree that, or does the delegate not understand or acknowledge that permaculture itself is a philosophy of working with rather than against the nature? So therefore, it is a productive method of agricultural production, especially in arid regions like in the Sahel.
Yes, the delegate understands the basis of the ideology of permaculture. However, we simply believe that the Sahara is a very difficult region to work with, and that implementing permaculture within this region will be expensive and a great waste of resources. We simply believe that this is just not the best region in which to implement this idea of permaculture.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that in Clause 8, where it speaks about providing humanitarian aid, it could be deemed as ineffective due to the already billions of aid have been sent to the region for seemingly no effect?
Yes, the delegate wholeheartedly agrees with this point. We believe that humanitarian aid has been sent in vast amounts to this region, and that this clause is simply redundant.
Thank you for the speech, Delegate. However, is the delegate aware that the DISEC committee only has the power to merely suggest these solutions and not enforce them directly, such as the point made on counterterrorism organizations in this area?
Yes, the delegate is aware.
This will not be granted. How do you wish to yield?
Will it be in order to yield to the delegate of China?
This will be in order.
Esteemed delegates, honourable chairs, we, the delegation of China, feel that this resolution in its current state would be a terrible idea to pass in General Assembly. Clause 5 should hardly even be considered an operative clause, as it does nothing and should be a preambulatory clause. Our main problem with this resolution, however, is Clause 6. Clause 6, subclause A, subclause I, establishing ceasefires, is not even in the power of DISEC and will not be carried out, as DISEC resolutions are not legally binding and there is no referral to the Security Council. We would like to draw everyone's attention to Clause 7, 8 and 9, which are all carbon copies of Clause 6, A, B and C, word for word carbon copies. This is not a critique of the resolution, it is a fact that questions the entire legitimacy of the resolution. Just read the clause and you will see that they are word for word copies of each other and just waste time. Clause 1 in itself is not expanded on and also is just a less detailed and more vague version of Clause 3, one of the only clauses that seeks to serve any purpose at all. Clause 10, while we see the sentiment in helping women in the area, is hardly attainable in a region where most countries are predominantly Islam. We cannot change cultural beliefs of countries, which this clause seeks to do. It is also more relevant to a SOCOM res and doesn't belong in DISEC. With all of these critical issues considered and the resolution's general lack of specification, we would like to strongly urge everybody to vote against this problematic resolution.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Kuwait and Iran.
We thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you not agree that women should be allowed, in regards to Clause 10, that women should be allowed the same educational rights as men?
We never stated that women should not have these rights. We just stated that it's not relevant in this specific resolution. We would love to see the clause debated in another resolution. However, we don't see a place for it here.
Does the delegate not further agree that the ceasefires mentioned in this res are not possible to carry out as they have been attempted but failed multiple times in the past?
We couldn't have said it better ourselves. It just doesn't serve any purpose in this resolution.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Please yield your time to the chair.
So yielded.
With that, we will be moving into closed debate on this resolution as a whole, entertaining one final speech in favour and one final speech against, beginning with the speech for. If there are any such speeches in favour of the resolution, please raise all placards now. Oh man, you have been recognized.
We, the delegation of Oman, thank the US for this excellent resolution. Oman has always done our best to try and mitigate the tensions in the MENA region. Clause 3 will be very welcome, as it would greatly assist us and other countries in the MENA region to try and provide support to countries in this region and prevent further conflict. Subclause C in particular would allow us to provide much needed assistance to the countries in this area that desperately require it. Clause 6 would also be incredibly useful to Oman, as Oman has always tried to facilitate peace talks between countries in ongoing conflict, and we would highly appreciate the support of the UN on this matter. Thank you all, and we hope that you will vote for this resolution.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Republic of Korea, Germany, and the United Kingdom.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. But would you not agree that this resolution is more setbacks than it does anything to help?
No, we would not agree with this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Would the Delegate not further agree that implementing such farming techniques mentioned, that the people within these regions might become self-sufficient and more secure in their livelihoods and better equipped to adapt to adversities such as drought?
We agree wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. However, would you not agree that Clause 2 is not as effective as it can be because it only references sub-Saharan African nations, and furthermore that not all arms in the MENA region come from such nations, and furthermore that certain sub-Saharan and Saharan nations that do provide such arms have illegitimate governments such as Libya and Sudan?
We would not agree with this, no.
Thank you for your speech. How do you wish to yield?
Yield to the chair.
So yielded. With that, we will be entertaining one further speech against the resolution as a whole. If there are any such speeches on the floor, please raise all placards now. Ecuador.
Esteemed delegates, honourable chairs, we commend the delegation of France for submitting this resolution. However, we cannot allow this resolution to pass. Such a pressing issue requires the utmost care. However, in Clause 3, it does not specify what relevant bodies will be used, which is far too vague. Clause 4 fails to mention any form of education for less experienced farmers who do not have enough knowledge of permaculture to use the farming technique effectively. Clause 7 is completely useless as Clause 6 already covers everything that Clause 7 is trying to do. As well as this, Clause 8 repeats exactly what is established in Clause 6. Both Clause 7 and 8 don't provide any further clarity, making them completely irrelevant. Clause 10 has good intentions, but is very hopeful and far-fetched, considering that in some of these countries there are unstable governments and women do not have very established rights.
Delegates, it is with a heavy heart we have to strongly urge you to vote against this resolution, as it is not comprehensive or it does not provide enough clarity to be passed through GA. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Armenia, DP or Korea, Israel, and Jordan.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not agree that the clauses in this resolution are repetitive, rendering it completely ineffective as a whole?
We would wholeheartedly agree, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not agree that education should be supplied to the farmers on permaculture for this clause to be effective?
We would agree because some farmers may not be as experienced or may just be starting out in the farming industry. They may not know how it works. So it would be the clause would be much more effective if it provided education for the farmers.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Would you not further agree that the lack of mention of the 16 million displaced people in the MENA region is complete inconsideration for the population. And if we pass this resolution, we are sending a message to the world that the UN does not care about displaced people in the MENA region.
We would completely agree, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Would you not further agree that Clause 3, Subclause B, strengthening the capacity of governments and other relevant stakeholders to harness natural resources available in native regions within and alongside existing development programs, is a fundamental flaw, and that encouraging this would completely obstruct the mitigation of climate change and directly contradict the theme of this conference, as fossil fuels are amongst the most exploited, financially beneficiary natural resources to be harvested in LEDCs?
Thank you for that very comprehensive POI, Delegate. We would agree. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Hey, please yield your time to the chair.
So yielded.
With that, if the floor could please come to order, the admin secure all the doors, and then assume voting positions, we will be going into voting procedure on this resolution as a whole. Okay, shall we? Okay, you don't have to. Someone, you can do it. But you want to sound it. You don't have to get this. Right, delegates, can we come to order, please? Delegates. Thank you very much. All those wishing to vote in favor of this resolution, please raise your placards high now. Please lower all placards. All those wishing to vote against, raise them up high. Yes. Please lower all placards. Any abstentions? Please lower all placards. Due to a majority, this resolution has again not passed. Clapping is not in order. Thank you all for your positivity, and we are now on a short 5-minute break. So be back here for 11. Thank you.
What is going on?
Maybe it's because we did speech against last, you know?
But like, I thought that was like overwhelmingly going to be passed because there's no real force to that resolution.
Yes, I know. I'm simply just letting you know. Can I go? No, don't.
Yeah. I mean, Costa Rica, Sweden, yeah. But if he did say he was like free reign. Yeah. Yeah.
Where should we put the microphones?
Yeah. Well, Outlook USA. So that was not in lobbying procedure, or that was not during lobbying press. Yeah, so it was during the actual debate itself that was passed an amendment. Number 7. I wonder where his charges are. No.
I said this. I sent it. I gave it out.
In fact, there was a major speech all about this.
Have you been on mic?
They were majority.
They're swapping it now.
Chris, you guys, we can yield to other animals, right?
No, that's what I said.
Because we are trying to be tactical with there's a guaranteed speech and special conference, and we want Zara's resident. Zara Nassim. So I need to be careful.
Thank you very much.
Slay. Wait, I'm not supposed to be saying slay. Slay.
Haven't got as far as special
Are we going fast?
If you need me to do anything, I will. I sat with Ethiopia for a minute.
Delegates, if we could begin retaking our seats, that would be fantastic for us all. We can do some more riveting debate. Delegates, let's take our seats. Good morning. Thank you. Yes?
Apparently there have been people voting against. They think that the resolution failing will continue works.
Sorry?
Well, that doesn't. I know. And it's getting closer. Well, don't use the fucking school.
Delegates, let's take our seats, please. Delegates, seats. They're red things. You sit down in them. Seats, take them. Delegates, have we figured out what seats are yet? Delegates, let's all take our seats.
Miss. Wow, my God. All these pictures, you're taking there's your timetable. You were going to
this first row because okay. It's possible. Okay.
That's the wrong res. You don't need that. Here's your resolution. Just submit votes in there. Keep an eye on everything. Is there anything else? There's like chat if you need some support.
Okay.
Delegates, for those of you who haven't found a seat yet, let's find one. Come on, they're pretty clear. Has everyone found a seat?
Okay, delegates, we will now be moving on to debate on a resolution from the Environment Committee submitted by the UK. If the main submitter would like to approach the podium to make their speech.
Honourable Secretaries General, President of the General Assembly, fellow delegates, and esteemed guests. To quote the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the latest report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is a code red for humanity that calls on all of us to urgently step up our efforts to tackle this crisis. Firstly, we would like to remind you all of the Paris Agreement's limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Delegates, if we are to achieve this and see climate justice, we need to speed up our progress now. Greenhouse gas emissions saw a rise of 1.1% in 2023, and alongside this, 2023 also saw record temperatures of more than 1 degrees above pre-industrial levels. This resolution provides a realistic solution to combating this issue. Currently, LEDCs account for less than 4% of total emissions, yet have the highest rates of climate vulnerability and are inequitably burned by its impacts. To tackle this, we need to support LEDCs in the transition away from fossil fuels by creating a careful balance between economic development and a cleaner future, and this resolution does just that. Clause 1 provides funding and support for LEDCs, ensuring that they will not suffer under this transition, while also allowing for a just transition for fossil fuel workers. Clause 3 ensures continued collaborative research and necessity in reducing renewable energy prices and allowing renewables to become more efficient and accessible. In Clause 4, this resolution urges nations to research development into greener technology. As the global demand for more sustainable alternatives increases, so too does the need for innovative technologies and materials. By fostering a culture of innovation, we can unleash the creative potential in developing cutting-edge solutions that not only can not only assist LEDCs environmentally, but also drive economic growth, making a more equitable world. And clauses 7, 8, and 9, while they may look similar, all take different approaches to empower local communities to put pressure on their governments to transition to more renewable energies. Delegates, fossil fuels are the leading factor in climate change, and we must ensure that LEDCs develop sustainably while considering the burden that have already been placed on them while we still can. This resolution is a solution for all member nations. The UN has already acknowledged that the era of global warming has ended, and the era of global boiling has arrived. This resolution reminds us all that it is our planet, our future, and your choice to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you for your speech, delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
As many as time will allow.
The delegate has opened themselves up to points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Peru, Malta, and New Zealand, you've been recognised.
Thank you, Delegate, for your kind speech. Would you not agree that this resolution comprehensively tackles the problem of LEDCs investing in fossil fuels, and with implementation of green policies and a mass media campaign, it will ensure all people be educated and empowered to take part in the fight against fossil fuels?
We wholeheartedly agree. It's imperative to assist LEDCs in their transition away from fossil fuels.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that it is imperative for MEDCs and LEDCs to work together to solve this problem?
We completely agree. And in Clause 4, which suggests for continued research and development, we believe that the collaboration between MEDCs and LEDCs here will help strive for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your very fruitful speech. How do you expect LEDC countries whose industry may be very fossil fuel driven adapt to this resolution without affecting its economy?
We believe that the fundings and grants mentioned in Clause 1 will allow LEDCs to do this, as it will give them funding to carry out all the initiatives mentioned in this resolution, allowing them to become more energy sustainable, as the transition from renewables will mean that they are less reliant on imports of fossil fuels, and therefore this will allow them to economically develop, but in a sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegation of Albania?
Does the delegation of Albania accept this yield? This will be in order.
Thank you for the floor, and thank you to the delegation of UK for the yield. Delegates, the delegation of Albania stands firmly behind this strong resolution. As the world moves away from fossil fuel usage, we often forget the difficulties that some countries, especially LEDCs, face while transitioning. This resolution ensures that these countries are greatly aided by more developed nations and brought further into an environmentally sustainable, carbon-neutral society. Clauses 1, 2, and 3 promote the funding and support of various measures that can be carried out within these LEDCs and provide details on infrastructure that will be introduced within these regions. Clauses 7, 8, and 9 provides education for the population of all member nations, with emphasis on informing the people of LEDCs so they can better understand and support the changes that they will see within their own countries, empowering them to make their own changes within their lives. The resolution makes sure that previous agreements are acknowledged, followed, and built upon, further strengthening both this resolution and previous agreements. In conclusion, there is no logical reason for delegations to vote against this resolution. It will result in great change and build a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Portugal, Afghanistan, and Italy. You've been recognized in that order.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that it's vital for countries to implement sustainable transport networks and with the aid of MEDCs to help LDCs to reduce their carbon emissions?
We wholeheartedly agree. We understand that LEDCs face a number of issues and that transport networks are likely not their primary concern. We want to ensure that through the support, they understand the need for these sustainable transport networks, both for a cleaner environment and, of course, the practicality that it offers the local communities. So yes, we wholeheartedly agree, yes.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. The delegation of Afghanistan would just like to ask, in the MENA region, 90% of their energy comes from fossil fuels. How do you plan on convincing them to move away from these fossil fuels when they're so heavily reliant?
We fully acknowledge that many regions are, of course, heavily reliant on fossil fuels, which is why many countries will maybe not necessarily wish to do so. However, we believe that the fundings and incentives offered within this resolution will definitely aid in this transition.
Is the delegate open to the use of nuclear energy as it does not produce any greenhouse gases in LEDCs and other countries?
We acknowledge that nuclear energy is an option. However, we do not wish to force countries who may not wish to use nuclear energy to power. We also acknowledge that maybe solar or wind energy at times can be highly efficient. We want to strive for a climate neutral and no fossil fuel emissions. However we do so and however countries see fit to achieve this goal is up to themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please yield to the chair.
I yield. We yield.
This will not be in order. Delegates, we will now be moving into open debate on this resolution. Any delegates wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Brazil, you've been recognized.
Dear delegates, the world around us is changing, and the signs of our planet's distress are unmistakable. Climate change is not a distant threat, but a stark reality that confronts us every day. Brazil acknowledges and supports the necessity of international cooperation and financial support to facilitate the transition of LDCs towards renewable energy sources, as stated in Clause 1, 2, and 3. Brazil recognizes the importance of implementing green policies and fostering innovation in renewable energy technologies. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of investing in research and development of greener technology to decrease reliance on fossil fuels. Furthermore, Brazil finds essential the implementation of a global mass media campaign, as mentioned in Clause 7, to raise awareness about the damaging effects of fossil fuels. We reaffirm our commitment to combating climate change and transitioning towards a sustainable future. We urge you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to POIs?
Sure.
The delegate has opened themselves up to 2 POIs. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Kazakhstan and Lao PDR, you've been recognized.
Delegate, would you not agree that it is of paramount importance to continue the research into the development of greener technology, which is mentioned in Clause 4, as it would help LEDCs and the rest of the world?
We wholeheartedly agree that the importance of implementing green policies is essential, and also while collaborating with stakeholders to ensure that these policies are effectively implemented.
Thank you.
Delegate, thank you for your fine speech, but would you be able to further clarify where the fund is going to be coming from in clause 2, requesting further funding and donation to aid LEDCs.
May the delegate please repeat their question?
Yeah. Thank you, delegate, for your fine speech. Would you be able to further clarify where the fund is going to be coming from in clause 2, request further funding and donation to aid LEDCs?
The delegation of Brazil that thinks that funding might come from other nations willing to contribute. However, clause 1 calls funding from the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, and we think that while they provide funding for more complex issues, and that maybe LDCs shouldn't only depend on external funding as they may grow overly dependent on them. Yeah.
Right to reply.
This will not be in order. Thank you, delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegation of France?
Does the delegation accept this yield? Then this will be in order. And delegates, we would just like to gently remind you all that generally in MUN, funding is not the most relevant point, as it is assumed that there is unlimited funding from the World Bank. Furthermore, delegates, a resolution failing or passing, this does not affect the award status of the submitters or the delegates who discussed this resolution. You may proceed.
Honourable Secretary General, President of the General Assembly. Today, we confront a pivotal issue at the intersection of environmental stewardship, economic deployment and social justice, the investment choice of LEDCs and fossil fuels. While historically driven by the immediate energy needs and economic imperatives, these investments can carry profound consequences that ripple across generations and ecosystems. Investing in fossil fuels perpetrates a resilience on finite resources, triggering a chain reaction of environmental degradation. The combustion of coal, oil, and natural gas release greenhouses into the atmosphere intensifies the warming of our planet and amplifies the frequency at which the severity of extreme relevance. We can see this clearly confronted in Clause 1 through providing funding for renewable energy sources. The promise of renewable energy, solar, wind, hydroelectric, and other renewable energy sources offer a pathway to a more sustainable and equitable future. By harnessing the power of our nature's abundant resources, LEDCs can reduce their carbon footprint, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and foster inclusive economic growth. The benefits of renewable energy extend far before environmental conservation. Investments in renewable energy infrastructure creates jobs, stimulates local economies, and catalyzes technological innovation. Moreover, renewable energy projects have the potential to empower communities, providing them with energy independence, resilience, and economic opportunities. However, transitioning away from fossil fuels requires concerned efforts and collaboration across sectors and borders. Governments must enact supportive cost policies, such as renewable energy targets, feed-in tariffs and carbon pricing mechanisms to initiatives, investments in clean energy. These policies have been integrated through discussions and collaboration with governments in Clause 3. Businesses must embrace sustainability as core value, investing in research, development, and employment of renewable energy technologies, seen evidently in Clause 4. The investment choice in LEDCs and fossil fuels is not merely economic transactions and ethical impairments, but far reaches the implications. Therefore, we implore you to vote in favour of this resolution.
Thank you, delegate. Do you open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Slovakia, Ireland, and Zimbabwe, you've been recognised.
Thank you, Delegate, for your thorough speech. Do you not agree that Clause 8, the creation of public awareness campaigns, such as educational materials, will generate a greater global knowledge of the impact of fossil fuels and the harm that they are causing to our precious environment?
We wholeheartedly agree, Delegate. We believe that education is the centre of our learning and that it really means that our future generations will be more aware of of the impacts that they can have on their environments.
Thank you.
Whilst we recognize the good intention behind this resolution, is the delegate aware that almost 50% of the residents of LECs have food insecurity, yet this resolution wants to build green bus networks and establish cycle lanes when the people can't even buy sandals for themselves? What is the delegate's opinion on this topic?
We understand your apprehensions with this delegate. However, the funding given within this resolution provides LEDCs with the means to do so. As well as this, the future of their environments do actually remain on this, and the fact that fossil fuels could have such a large impact on the ability for generations to come means that this actually should take precedence over our knowledge.
Right to reply?
This will be in order.
When half of these people are suffering from food insecurity, wouldn't the delegate agree that it is more urgent to feed these people and let them survive instead of building green infrastructure so that a few people may have a better life in the future when these people need help right now, otherwise they will suffer terrible results?
We understand, Delegate. However, we do believe that through this resolution passing, we are looking at future generations being able to fight for themselves and provide for themselves. And though we do see that food insecurity does take precedence, we see that the UN is already helping these nations out in large ways, and that this resolution itself tackles the topic at hand, Delegate. And so we believe that this is very important.
Delegate, thank you for your fine speech, but would you not have to acknowledge the vagueness in Clause 9 and how it fails to provide clear objectives or distribution channels for such media campaigns? Such flaws cannot be ignored.
We understand your apprehensions, Delegate. However, public awareness is at the centre of our learning, and that we need to educate the people of our future generations in order for them to be able to fight for themselves, and the ability for them to be able to take learnings from this in order for people to be able to grow and have knowledge for their futures.
Right to reply?
This will not be in order. Thank you, Delegate. Please yield to the chair.
So yielded.
Thank you. Delegates, we are now back in open debate on this resolution. Any delegation wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Republic of Korea, you've been recognized.
Honourable Chair and fellow delegates, we, as a delegation of the Republic of Korea, strongly urge you to vote in favour of this resolution, as we believe that it provides a robust and immediate solution to the issue of LEDCs investing in fossil fuels by curbing the amount of fossil fuels that can permanently and irreparably damage the environment and lead to the destruction of the world as we know it. If this is implemented, it will result in a safer world for all people and future generations. Delegates, time is running out. We hope that you will see it the same as we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any POIs?
Only one.
The delegate has opened themselves up to one POI. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Lithuania, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Delegate, for such a great informative speech. Would you not further agree that this resolution involves numerous factors that contribute to a more sustainable world and takes great focus on LEDC's positive involvement, keeping in mind the variety of supports put into place in this res?
Yes, we wholeheartedly agree.
This will not be in order, as the delegate only opened themselves up to one POI. You yield to the chair? Yeah, don't worry about it. Delegates, we will now enter a short period of closed debate on this resolution. Any delegations wishing to make a speech against this resolution, please wait until I say. Please raise all placards now. Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, we as a delegation of Russian Federation want to state that we do not support this resolution. Transitioning of fossil fuels to renewable energy sources is fine and useful on paper, definitely. However, the consequences may not be as it's foreseen. The fossil fuel sector is the engine of the world as in 2024. The fossil fuel market is resourceful in terms of finance and results in a huge competition and opposition, which is creating devastating effects, especially in the regions that are rich in fossil fuels, like North Africa, MENA region, and minor part from South Asia. These countries in these regions are experiencing lack of stability and security due to interference to their internal affairs in order to reach these fossil fuels. Terrorist activities and cults in these countries are highly supported by other formations that we will not specifically state today. Transition from fossil fuels and to other renewable energy sources and to other sectors will leave the area and these valuable fossil fuels vacant. The situation will add to the instability of the area and expose the region to further terrorist activities and internal conflicts. Some countries will interfere to the area even more in order to achieve these untouched resources. These regions are already in chaos, and we will definitely not vote in favor of any resolution which will result basically in more chaos. So we urge every delegate to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates, there is a distinct murmur on the floor. Please give the Speaker the respect they deserve. Thank you. Do you wish to open yourself up to any POIs?
Yes, we do.
The delegate has opened themselves up to POIs. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Spain, China, Mexico, and Ecuador, you've been recognized in that order.
Thank you, dear delegate, for your speech. However, how do you propose to address the urgent need to reduce global fossil fuel emissions, if not through measures such as those outlined in the resolution?
Thank you, delegate, for your question. You're there. Yes. Firstly, of course, the fossil fuels in LEDCs. Yeah, we understand that we need to reduce the usage of fossil fuels as its exposure to gas emissions. However, we think that not only LEDCs, but only other countries, like all of the countries, including MEDCs, should also be added into this resolution. We understand that the question doesn't include MEDCs. However, without MECDs, we cannot vote in favor. Thank you.
Would you not agree that this resolution is lacking in overall? For example, Clause 2 ignores safety standards in LEDCs. Clause 3, subclause D, discourages FDI. Clause 9 is too vague. And Clause 7 is ineffective, as citizens in LEDCs might not have choice where their energy comes from. And Clause 4 has no assistance or incentive for research. And the overall problem of...
May the delegate please come to their closing remarks.
And the overall issue of like how you can ensure that corrupt LEDCs won't misuse the funding with no sub-body to oversee where the funding goes.
Yes, delegate, we definitely agree.
Delegates, wouldn't you agree this resolution is sufficient to answer most of the problems?
Could the delegate please rephrase their question?
May you please repeat or rephrase your question?
Delegates, wouldn't you agree this resolution is sufficient to answer most of the problems?
Yes, delegate, we agree.
May a member of the admin staff please bring a microphone to Ecuador, please? Thank you.
Delegate, would you not agree that the numerous bodies such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund mentioned in Clause 1 create a strong foundation for the entire resolution?
Could the delegate again please rephrase their question? Chairboard, could the delegate please rephrase their question?
May you please repeat or rephrase your question?
Delegate, would you not agree that the numerous bodies such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund in Clause 1 create a strong foundation for the entire resolution?
Thank you, delegate. Well, actually, we both agree and do not agree with this statement because, yes, there is a large funding in the area. However, we think that in order to achieve some fossil fuels, some formations can do anything and they can use any resource they have to achieve those fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. How do you wish to yield?
We yield the floor to the chairboard.
So yielded. Delegates, we will now be re-entering open debate on this resolution as a whole. Any delegation wishing to make a speech for or against this resolution, please raise all placards now. Nigeria, you've been recognized.
Esteemed chairs, honourable delegates, we, the delegation of Nigeria, fully urge you to vote in favour of this resolution. This may sound strange coming from this delegation, as we are a country whose main income comes from fossil fuels, on which we have become one of the most powerful economies in West Africa. But this has come with great cost, as it has created many environmental problems in Nigeria, such as air pollution, water pollution, oil spillage, desertification, and deforestation. We believe that the time to act is now, and this resolution provides us the path to make that change. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Sweden, Kuwait, DPR Korea, and Malta, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. But is it really in the delegate's best interest to pass this resolution when the country of Nigeria is so heavily reliant on fossil fuels?
We, the delegation, understand that our economy is very reliant on fossil fuels, but we have also seen the effects fossil fuels has on our natural resources and country. And we believe that in order to achieve the level of what we were 50 years ago, we need to start making changes now. And we believe that this resolution helps.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not further agree that in regards to Clause 8, it is just as mentioning global and local environment groups, it's just as important to involve local environment groups?
We fully agree.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not further agree the rapid reduction of the use in fossil fuels is required immediately to help reduce their effects of greenhouse gases?
We fully agree. As the delegation of UK further urged in their opening speech on this resolution, we are now in a time where we must act now, where we cannot fully implement, if we do not fully implement these resolutions on environmental and helping the environment sustain, we will lose any chance to make any impact.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that previous questions raised about funding by other delegates are entirely irrelevant due to the great detail provided in Clause 1?
We do agree with you, Malta, with the delegate of Malta in this, but we also believe, as stated by the President of the General Assembly and the Secretary Generals, that funding is irrelevant in many of these committees, as we believe that funding is not meant to be talked about, as we do not have the access to this funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield? So yielded. Delegates, we will now be entering another short period of closed debate. If any delegate wishes to make a speech against this resolution, please raise all placards now. India, you've been recognized.
Dear delegates, honorable chairs, and most distinguished guests. While the objectives of the purpose resolution on combating fossil fuels are noble, it is essential to address its shortcomings for effective implementation. Clause 7, suggestion of a global media campaign to educate populations about the harmful effects of fossil fuels, fails to consider logistical challenges faced by many developing countries, particularly those in remote or isolated regions. Furthermore, Clause 7, 8, and 9 contain redundancies that could be streamlined for clarity and efficiency. Moreover, the resolution places a disproportionate burden on least economically developed countries, LDCs, by calling for extensive investment in renewable energy sources without adequately addressing their unique needs and challenges. Many LDCs already face economic constraints and debt burdens, making it difficult to allocate resources to green initiatives. Finally, this resolution doesn't present no timeline and doesn't take into consideration that these LDCs are similar to our MEDCs today. Through this statement, the delegate of India wants to emphasize the fact that even though the time the LDCs will need to use fossil fuels is going to be shorter than the current MEDCs in the past, this time will still exist, and it is the issue that should be mentioned in Clause 1, to make this time as short as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Up to 3.
The delegate has opened themselves up to 3 points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Israel, Portugal, and the United States of America, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your great speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that as stated in Clause 3, that the aim to kind of discourage foreign investment and private enterprise for fossil fuels could completely annihilate the energy industry of these LDCs and furthermore annihilate their entire economies?
We wholeheartedly agree with what the delegate just said.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that the implementation of a new annual conference would be inefficient, since a lot of the topics that will be discussed would also be discussed at the annual COP conference, and therefore make this clause inefficient?
We wholeheartedly agree with what the delegate just did.
Delegates, there is a distinct murmur on the floor. Please give speakers the respect that they deserve. Thank you.
Does the delegate not agree that this resolution should be passed, even though it might be a little vague? It still targets all the necessary components to tackle this issue.
The delegate of India does not agree, as stated in his speech, that it doesn't target the main problem, which is shortening the time that the LDCs need to use fossil fuels to develop to the state that MEDCs are in today.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To allow us PDR.
Does the delegate allow PDR accept this yield? That will be in order.
Honorable Chairs, Secretaries General, and fellow delegates, we as the delegation of Laos will strongly urge delegates to vote against this resolution. First of all, we would like to draw your attention to Clause 2, subclause A, B, and C. These three clauses have barely provided any detail that tackles the issue itself. All they contain is the building of more bus routes, building of more cycle lanes, but yeah, shouldn't we be considering about people starving before we could think about building renewable that helps with fossil fuels? In Clause 6, we think there should be either a punishment or penalization taken upon member states that have not yet met the goal of holding the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees above pre-industrial level and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Furthermore, we do acknowledge the fact that the delegation of UK mentioned that 7, 8, and 9 is targeted at different community groups. However, we do not think there should be separate clauses, but as one clauses, as they are all targeted at educating and spreading about the damages of fossil fuels. In conclusion, we would strongly advise you to vote against this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information? The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Zimbabwe, Tunisia, and Ireland, you've been recognised in that order.
Delegate, would you not further agree in the flaws of Clause 4? It requests research and development of greener technology, but we'd have to worry that this overlooks extensive work already undertaken by multiple international organizations, and by needlessly burdening the United Nations University with repeated tasks, we could risk research diversion and the prevention of meaningful solutions.
Yes, we will further agree that this will be a potential waste of resources for the UN.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. You speak of tackling the issue of starving populations. How is that relevant to the question of LEDCs investing in fossil fuels?
It's... First of all, we would like to thank Tunisia for their amazing POIs, and we would like to say that since that LEDCs have a lack of resources in relation to food, would they not be more considering to put, would the UN not be considering to put the resource in helping them with hunger and starving first, instead of looking at fundings to aid and fundings and domination to aid LEDCs in relation to green transport networks?
Thank you, Delegate.
So yielded. Oh, sorry. That was all the POIs, right? Oh, sorry. Loud PDR, can you... Apologies, Ireland, the chair stands corrected. There's one more POI.
First of all, thanks for the delegates for their delightful speech, but we would like to ask for a delegate, is that delegate further agree with the fact that the suggestions on this resolution about the development countries supports should support to LEDCs may increase development countries' responses overly?
Would the delegate please rephrase or...
Would you mind repeating or rephrasing your question?
Is that delegate further agree with the fact that the suggestions in this resolution about the development countries should support LEDCs may cause an uncontrolled increasing in development countries' responsibilities?
Yes, we would agree with that. For example, if, say, LEDCs were having to build, say, renewable bus routes, that would cause a potential need to import goods and materials to build that. So we would agree with you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the chair.
So yielded. Delegates, we will now move back into open debate on this resolution as a whole. Any delegation wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Yemen, you've been recognized.
Delegates, with a heavy heart, we must urge all of you to vote against this resolution. This resolution, as informative as it is, contains many flaws throughout its clauses. Firstly, Clause 2 encourages the use of funding towards green bus networks, cycle lanes, and other such transports, but we would like to state that while public transport is exceptional in many European countries, we fear that we cannot say the same about most LEDCs. There are certainly more private transport users than that for public transport. Many governments with unrest will be unable to create an unabridged public transport system, especially in the limited time to take action against this problem. We simply believe that this cannot be implemented by many member nations. Secondly, Clause 5, Subclause D addresses the presentation of transparent reports related to investment in fossil fuels. We found this to be very vague and undescriptive, and it is not alluded to who this will be overseen or monitored by. We would also like to bring attention to the last clause, wherein public awareness campaigns are encouraged. There is no mention of raising awareness within the younger generation, which inevitably will be necessary due to the growing impact of the problem on our nations and the environment. Lastly, delegates, this is a region where people don't have enough water to grow their crops and often not enough food for their families. What we need is better allocation of resources and planning to improve its environmental state. These countries are not developed enough to adopt many of the clauses of this resolution and will not be equipped to go carbon neutral for decades, as shared by several other delegates. Due to the countless flaws and issues with this resolution, we must urge all of you to vote against it in the interest of those affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to points of information?
No, we would like to reserve time for debate.
This is all right. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegate of Zimbabwe?
This will be in order.
Honourable Secretaries General, distinguished President of the General Assembly, fellow delegates, while the resolution before us appears promising at first glance, a closer examination reveals significant flaws that render it unfit for passage. To name but a few, Clause 9, for instance, calls for public awareness campaigns, but we do not see how it provides or clarifies clear objectives or distribution channels, and we worry this may lead to unnecessary confusion and inefficiency. This issue is further exacerbated by the duplication of such an idea in Clause 7, suggesting that there was a lack of cohesive planning in this resolution's development. Additionally, Clause 4's request of research and development of greener technology, but we have to worry that this overlooks extensive work already undertaken and being undertaken by reputable international organizations, such as the International Renewable Energy Agency, the International Energy Agency, and the United Nations Environment Programme, among several others. By needlessly burdening the United Nations University with repetitive tasks, we could risk the potential research diversion, the hindering of meaningful solutions. Lastly, Clause 3, promotion of policies that take community needs into account, is well thought of, but we do not see how this resolution in any way ensures such mechanisms are effectively implemented, and we risk the overlooking of this concern in the decision-making process. Considering these shortcomings, we urge fellow delegates to reconsider their support for this resolution and advocate for the unfortunate need that it must not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
As many as time will allow.
The delegate has opened themselves up to 2 points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Jordan and DPR Korea, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Do you not further agree that Clause 6 invites member nations who have not already signed the Paris Agreement? It is not the most productive use of this committee's time nor space in this resolution, as it is only applicable to 3 countries who are yet to sign the Paris Accords.
Yes, Delegate, we wholeheartedly agree that this is a waste of our time.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Do you agree that we require greater planning and organisation from this resolution for it to effectively tackle this issue?
We wholeheartedly agree, Delegate. This is what we are concerned with this resolution and why it must not be passed.
This will not be in order due to time constraints. Thank you. How do you wish to yield?
To the Chair.
Thank you. So yielded. Delegates, we will now be re-entering open debate on this resolution. Any delegates wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Costa Rica, you've been recognized. Delegates, there is a distinct murmur on the floor.
Honourable President of the General Assembly, Chair, esteemed guests, delegates, firstly we would like to thank the UK for submitting what is an exceptional resolution. We feel this resolution, although not necessarily perfect, effectively tackles the ever-pressing issue of LEDCs investing in fossil fuels and takes the required steps forward towards achieving net zero by 2025. As a nation trying to ensure sustainable consumption and production ourselves, we feel this resolution has many beneficial solutions and goals that can be put in place efficiently and effectively. By offering the funding and grants needed for LEDCs to invest in renewable energy sources such as high voltage submarine cables and power sharing grids, it makes the resolution very attractive for member nations and relevant agencies wishing to adhere to this resolution. Renewable sources have numerous benefits. They are environmentally friendly as they produce little to no greenhouse gas emissions, and the sources are also sustainable, meaning that they can be replenished naturally, unlike fossil fuels. This reduces our dependence on finite resources and enhances energy security. Additionally, renewable energy creates job opportunities and stimulates economic growth. It's a win-win for the planet and our future. Collaborating with local communities, as mentioned in Clause 8, ensures inclusivity, raises awareness on a local and global scale, and educates citizens on the detrimental effects fossil fuels are having on our environment. Delegates, we need to take urgent action if we have any chance of tackling this issue, and we believe this resolution is our way forward. We see no reason why any delegation would vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates, this murmur keeps growing. Please curb it. Thank you. How do you wish to open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. UK, Peru, China, and Gabon, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your phenomenal speech, Delegate. Would you not further agree that many of the issues raised with this resolution are simply redundant, such as the problems with putting too much strain on the UNU, as it is the UNU's job to collaboratively research? Furthermore, would you not also agree that the question of LEDCs having to fund their food, as there are many starving in LEDCs, is also redundant, as there has been funding mentioned within this resolution that will allow for LEDCs not to have to take on that economic burden? And do you not also agree that if climate change is to continue, starvation will increase exponentially, and therefore that this is imperative if we wish to stop starvation?
We would wholeheartedly agree, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate, for your kind speech. Would you not agree that the implementation of incentives and subsidies would ensure all LEDCs would be able to move into the future sustainably, swiftly, and without the use of fossil fuels? And the use of an annual conference would ensure the voices of all the people will be heard and respected.
We would further agree, Delegate. We feel that having all countries' voices heard is really important and is imperative for this resolution.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech, but does the delegate not acknowledge that several clauses in this resolution are vague, specifically clause 9 and 7?
Although we do acknowledge your concerns, as this has already passed through committee, the committee obviously didn't deem this necessary and still passed it, so we do not agree.
Delegate, thank you for your fine speech. Would you not agree that this resolution provides a comprehensive solution to this issue?
We would agree, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the Chair.
So yielded. Delegates, we will now be entering another short period of closed debate for this resolution. Any delegates wishing to make a speech, please raise all placards now for this resolution. Spain, you've been recognized.
Honourable Chairs, distinguished delegates. First and foremost, let's acknowledge the undeniable reality of our current situation. The continued increase in fossil fuel emissions poses a grave threat to our planet's delicate ecological balance.
Clause 1 of this resolution recognizes this alarming trend, highlighting the disproportion of use of fossil fuels by MEDCs compared to LADCs. By acknowledging this disparity, we affirm our collective responsibility to take decisive action to address this global challenge. Furthermore, the resolution underscores the inherent difficulties faced by many LADCs in transitioning to renewable energy resources. By providing financial assistance and technical support, we can empower LADCs to diversify their economies, create new employment opportunities, and reduce their reliance on fossil fuels. Clause 1, subpoint B, calls for the establishment of transition centers to retrain workers and provide financial aid where necessary. By prioritizing the well-being of workers and communities affected by the shift away from fossil fuels, we can ensure a just and equitable transition to a greener economy. Clause 1, subpoint C, highlights the importance of accountability and oversight in tracking progress towards our renewable energy goals. By implementing these policies and collaborating with stakeholders at all levels, we can create an enabling environment for renewable energy investment and innovation. In conclusion, the resolution before us represents a comprehensive and forward-thinking approach to addressing fossil fuel dependence and accelerating the transition to renewable energy resources. We highly support all delegates to vote in favor for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
No, we won't.
That is okay. How do you wish to yield?
To the chair.
So yielded. Delegates, we are now re-entering open debate on this resolution. Any delegate wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Malta, you've been recognized.
Delegates, chairs, President of the General Assembly. As mentioned before by the delegate of the UK, the issue we face here today is one that must be solved by both LEDCs and MEDCs working together. And we believe that the strength of this resolution lies in its steadfast commitment to international cooperation. Since the Industrial Revolution, MEDCs have greatly profited and benefited from the use of fossil fuels, and today they provide great short-term economic and domestic benefits to LEDCs. It would simply be unfair for MEDCs who contribute the largest proportion of global emissions to ask LEDCs to simply stop investing in fossil fuels, which can be seen as the easiest and cheapest form of energy. This is why it is vital for MEDCs to work with LEDCs and provide them with support in the difficult transition. This resolution takes this necessity fully into consideration, with a strong theme of international cooperation throughout. For example, in Clause 1, which calls for MEDCs as well as intergovernmental organisations to provide great support and funding for all LEDCs. Today, we have the chance to bridge a widening gap between those who have the ability to make a change and those who don't, which is why we would all urge you to vote in favour.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any at all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that it is unsustainable to rely on fossil fuels in the long term, and this resolution would help LEDCs to invest in more sustainable terms of income?
Delegate, we would wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. Would the delegate not agree that the solutions posed by this resolution would outweigh any issues inside of it?
Delegate, we'd wholeheartedly agree, and again, we believe that the solutions are entirely outweigh the maybe kind of small and insignificant kind of issues with this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. Would you not further agree that this resolution can do no harm, as it is addressing one of the main issues in our world today, with goals only to support LEDCs and MEDCs?
Again, Delegate, we would wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the chair.
So yielded. We will now be re-entering open debate on this resolution as a whole. Any delegation wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. United Arab Emirates, you've been recognized.
Dear delegates, honorable chairs, and most distinguished guests, we, the delegate of the UAE, stand before you today to convince you to vote against this resolution. Though it may seem fine at first glance, we believe there are some major lack in some information. For example, the fact that there will be given no compensation to the countries such as ourselves who sell these fossil fuels and gain a huge profit from it. Moreover, we find it unjust to ask LEDCs to stop using fossil fuels as European countries have done it in centuries before without it having caused any problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Libya, UK, Iran, you've been recognized in that order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Does the delegate find MEDCs trying to steer LEDCs towards renewable energy quite hypocritical, since a variety of developed countries rely on non-renewable energy, such as France, which uses nuclear power for 62.6% of its entire energy production?
Could the delegate please rephrase the question?
Would the delegate mind repeating or rephrasing their question?
Does the delegate find MEDCs trying to steer LEDCs towards renewable energy quite hypocritical, since a variety of developed countries rely on non-renewable energy, such as France, which uses nuclear power for 62.6% of its entire energy production?
We do find MEDC countries hypocritical towards LEDC countries, as the delegate has stated. They try to make LEDCs go to renewable means without themselves having done this in the past.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. However, you mentioned that you don't believe that it is fair to not allow to force LEDCs to do this. However, are you not aware that there is compensation for countries like yourself, mentioned in Clause 1 and 2, which will allow LEDCs to do this without it affecting their reliance on fossil fuels? And you also call it unjust and maybe hypocritical for MEDCs to try to get LEDCs to try to transition. However, are you not aware that this resolution does actually state that and is aware of the fact that LEDCs account for less than 4% of renewables, but through the provisions of aid and assistance, this will not mean that it is unjust or hypocritical?
The delegate has stated these compensations. However, fossil fuels represent roughly 30% of our economy, and we do not believe that these means will be able to satisfy that this loss.
Right, to follow up?
This will be in order.
Yes, we understand that 30% of your your country relies on fossil fuels. However, are you not aware that there are many measures that will allow your country to transition, such as the provision of aid or technical assistance, which means that you will not suffer economically through the transition to renewable energies, even though you rely heavily on fossil fuels?
We may not entirely lose the entirety of those 30%. However, it will still be some form of loss, since we would need a huge amount of people to transition jobs, transition their ways of living. And we also speak for other countries being in the same situation as ourselves, meaning the amount of work that is needed to transition is enormous, and we believe it is easier to
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the delegate of Israel.
Apologies, the chair stands corrected. There is another POI. Iran, you may rise and state your point.
Thank you for your speech, delegate. Does the delegate recognize that there are alternatives to fossil fuels and that renewable energy options can be used instead, which would also benefit our environment?
We are aware that these exist, but as we have just stated, it would be an enormous change for a lot of people. Moreover, the amount of energy we gain from fossil fuels is way superior than the amount we can gain by renewable means. And also, the energy it would take to create these renewable means should also be taken into consideration.
Thank you, delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the delegate of Israel.
This will not be in order due to time constraints. Please yield to the chair.
So yielded.
Thank you. Delegates, we will now be entertaining one final speech on the resolution. Any such speeches, please raise all placards now. UK, you've been recognised. There's literally been...
While we acknowledge the issues that have been brought up with this resolution, we believe that many of them are simply redundant. There has been many issues brought up about Clause 7, 8, and 9, however they carry out completely different functions. Clause 7 is a UN-led global mass media campaign. Clause 8 is one that will allow environmental groups to get involved in the conversation, and Clause 9 is one that will be able to be led by the member nations themselves, allowing for further sovereignty in how they teach their children. We would also like to point out the issues that have been brought up with Clause 4. People have talked about how the UNU simply cannot be put under the pressure to carry out this. However, it is literally the UNU's job to collaborate globally to help solve the world's issues, and hence we don't believe that this is that much of an issue. We would also like to point out issues that were mentioned in Clause 2, which talks about how LEDCs don't already have these transport infrastructures, and then it will be very difficult to implement. We completely understand that these LEDCs don't have these transport infrastructures, which is why we are trying to promote the development of these transport infrastructures within these LEDCs, as it will decrease the reliance on fossil fuels, which will also allow the LEDCs to become more energy sovereign. Delegates, we believe that this resolution completely tackles the issue at hand. We believe that all of the issues that have been brought up can easily be rebutted, and so we encourage you all to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
As many as time will allow.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. China, Costa Rica, Kuwait, and Italy, you've been recognised. May a member of the admin staff please bring a microphone to the delegate of China?
Thank you for your speech, delegate. But would you not agree that this resolution does not hit the mark when it comes to the extremely important problem of climate change? We feel that there are just too many problems to ignore, and that this resolution has been framed through the idyllic Western viewpoint, where in reality the world is not so rosy as it is made out to be in this resolution. One of the main problems we have is the discouragement of foreign direct investment in Clause 3, Subclause D.
May the delegate please come to their closing remarks.
This resolution should not be passed because it is not good enough.
No, Delegate, we completely disagree with all of the points you raised. You say that Clause 3D deters foreign investors. However, it deters foreign investors in relation to fossil fuels. These foreign investors are not going to be deterred in relation to investing in renewables, and hence the economies of LEDCs will not be affected. Thank you, Delegate.
Right to reply?
This will not be in order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not agree that this resolution sufficiently tackles the issue of LEDCs investing in fossil fuels, and the issues brought up by other delegates are simply besides the point?
We wholeheartedly agree, and we believe that allows for a just transition for LEDCs in regards to renewable energy.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. Do you not agree that in regards to Clause 7, the mass media campaign to spread knowledge of this issue with the younger generation is highly important because they're the people who will continue the change and implement the clauses that you've stated in the resolution?
We wholeheartedly agree, and we also believe that Clause 7 will encourage citizens to put pressure on their governments to also initiate the change to renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would the delegate not agree that this resolution makes great strides to solving the issues at hand, despite some issues?
We wholeheartedly agree, even though we don't believe that there are that many issues. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
This will not be in order due to time constraints. Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the Chair.
So yielded. Delegates, we will now be entering into voting procedure on this resolution. May the admin please suspend all note passing, close the doors, and assume voting positions. Thank you. Delegates, may we please come to order? Okay. All delegates wishing to vote in favor of this resolution, please raise all placards now. Please raise them high in the air. Thank you. I've got 15 on this. Okay. Please lower all placards. All those wishing to vote against, please raise all placards high. Please lower all placards. And all those wishing to abstain. Any abstentions? Just one. Okay. Please lower all placards. With a majority, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order. We did it, guys. Okay, delegates, we now have a lunch break until 1 p.m. and then we will be starting from the resolution from SOCM.
Seats. Seats. Delegates, let's sit down in some chairs, yes? Hello, Amelia. Do you know Roz's password? Do you know Roz's password? Delegates, let's find some chairs to sit in, preferably at your delegation. Yeah, she will be. Yeah, I am. Delegates, let's come to order, please. Delegates, let's go. Come on.
Okay, can we have everyone their seat, please, for 1 second? Thank you. Shh. Girls, boys, thank you.
Where is it? Where? Need tech.
So, delegates, at the moment, each delegation is receiving one of these forms. What you have here is the ability to express a preference for who you think are the outstanding delegations. It's one per delegation. They'll be collected in the next 5 minutes. You're voting, you're voting not on who you think are your friends, not on who you think are very nice people, but on those delegations. So talk among yourselves in your delegation. Have you had common people in your rooms who've impressed you? It's one per delegation. We are going to collect, you can vote for yourself as well, by the way. We're going to collect them in about 4 minutes.
Delegates, can we all come to order, please? You want this done first? Perfect. Yes? Right, I'll stay here. Yeah, no, that's fine.
What is she supposed to do?
Sorry?
Advisor.
Tick sheet.
Tick sheet.
Amelia's advising.
Okay.
I can do tick sheet though.
Well, I don't mind. I think you're okay doing tick sheet, right? Chris?
If any delegation hasn't received one, put your placard up, please.
Sorry?
Do not collect them yet, admin. We're going to collect them all together.
No, Elsa shouldn't be here. But she's in rockets.
Don't collect them yet. Tell them just get all the admin up and not to collect them yet.
Do you want me to start?
No, we're going to start. We're going to do this first, yeah.
Yeah.
I have other things to do when she comes.
No, I can stay. I have nothing else to do.
I can't actually do it.
But I have no.
Okay.
No, I'm not sharing.
Children, delegates,
Sorry?
please. There's lots of you in the room. Guys, can we stop talking to each other? You can do it quietly now, please. So, before I pass on back to the President of the General Assembly, the 2 deputy heads of admin are going to come around and collect these. So they'll come around. Don't worry about them. They'll collect them from your table. So Lucy and Grace will collect them. Lucy will do this side. Grace will do this side. So Lucy will take this side. And then I'm going to pass back over to the President of the General Assembly. Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Then orders. It takes 40 minutes. It takes 25 minutes to get his order. So we waited.
Wait, who else were you with?
You're on the train.
Yeah, you're on tick sheet. No, you're on tick sheet.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay. There's no...
No, Amelia's advising. I am. I mean, yes, but it should be one of us technically, because we know how the GA system works. Yeah. Yes.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe just
could you hold up the slip with the names on it once you've finished it? So once you've finished it, hold it high in the air.
No.
It's the same reason. That's the only reason that comes. But you're still here to help us what happens next.
You haven't done it yet. Please stop. You go do it. Oh, I have done it. I don't mind like 2 times in a row. I'm being so nice about taking it myself. Just fucking do it. Like, no. Double the power. How many fucking take the mic? Oh, Warren doesn't know it. Yeah, you get a mic.
Start. Delegates, because I've got housekeeping. Delegates, can the floor please come to order, even if you haven't finished up? Sorry? You're in GA now. You can join it. Delegates, can we please come to order? Delegates, come on. Let's have silence. Thank you. Just before we get started, I'll pass you over to Hugh for the debate on the res from SOCM. We'd just like to address a few points from earlier. If you at any point feel that something someone's saying in a speech, POI, etc., may not represent factual accuracy, send a note up to the chairs, and if you are correct, that floor then can then be made aware. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. Second bit of delegates, let's have some order. Thank you. Second thing is, delegates, please. Second thing is, when we are debating resolutions, you have to remember that these topics have been debated and passed in committee. Therefore, questions around their relevance to a specific committee is not entirely valid in that circumstance. The final thing, well, the second last thing is, in relation to note passing, please remember that note passing is used as a means for you to communicate with other delegates and build, though I hate to use the word fruitful debate. So please try to keep note passing for those purposes, because if you're overusing it or just using it for games or something silly, it disrupts the flow of debate. And then the final thing is, when it comes to voting procedure on resolutions, please try to vote in line with your country's policies and what you believe, whether the resolution is good or not. It does not have any bearing on awards or anything else. Those are my housekeeping notes. I will now pass you back to Hugh for the resolution from SOCM. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, delegates. Hope you had a good lunch. Delegates, can we please have order? We will now be moving on to the SOCM resolution, which is on the topic of aging populations, submitted by the delegate of the Russian Federation. Could the delegate of the Russian Federation please approach the podium to deliver their speech? Delegates, distinct murmur on the floor. Can we please keep it quiet in committee, as we've just been on quite a lengthy lunch break, so we're expecting you all to be focused coming back in for these next 2 hours. Thank you.
Shall we begin?
Yes, please do.
Honorable delegates, most esteemed chair board, and distinguished guests, as the delegation of the Russian Federation, we stand before you today to present a resolution that we hope will take effect as immediately as possible on the issue of aging populations, an issue that has been affecting all nations, including your own, and will remain if no solutions are proposed. We feel as though it is only appropriate to begin by asking the following questions. What are aging populations? What causes them? And what do they result in? The term aging population is defined as a raising of average age within a population and its inevitable result of longer life expectancies. It is mainly caused by the continued decline in fertility rates and prolonged life expectancy. We have constructed this resolution taking into consideration the fact that through the many technological advancements of our day, every individual's lifespan has elongated, however, not sustainably. Here, we would like to highlight the importance of elongating healthy life expectancy, which we have provided solutions for in our resolution. Furthermore, a resolution for aging populations would be missing and inadequate without the aim of increasing birth rates. In our resolution, in addition to the elderly rights, we have also focused upon encouraging the young people of the generation we are living in to reproduce, as we recognize the worries and concerns of the mentioned population regarding careers and financial stress. We would like to thank all the delegates who have participated in debate and have contributed to the resolution with amendments during committee to improve upon it. We believe that we have constructed a thorough resolution that addresses concerns related to the issue at hand, and while including the elderly back into society and aiding them through retirement by eliminating alienation and encouraging young people to start families, increasing the young population, we have proposed an adequate resolution and hope, expect, and urge all member states to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay. Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise all placards now. Delegations of Lithuania, India, Belgium, and Slovakia have been recognised.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. The resolution emphasized lifelong education programs tailored for older populations, enabling them to remain active and engaged in their communities. Do you believe that these programs can lead to new career opportunities, part-time employment for older adults, enhancing their economic independence and contribution to society?
Thank you for your fine question, Delegate. Our main focus with this clause specifically is to include the elder population back into society and hopefully by voluntarily, of course, include them within the jobs and, as you've mentioned, career prospects as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your excellent resolution. Therefore, how will the accessibility of these programs be ensured in rural or undeserved areas as India and many other countries?
Could the delegate please repeat that question?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question?
How will the accessibility of these programs in Clause 1 as stated be ensured especially in rural and undeserved areas?
Thank you for your wonderful question, Delegate. With Clause 1, we are encouraging the member states to implement these programs, and these will be done under the supervision of the relevant professionals. So we are expecting member states to allocate said relevant professionals to these programs to ensure their continuance. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech, Delegate. Looking at Clause 1, can a delegation elaborate on how the effectiveness of these lifelong educational programs will be monitored over time?
Delegate, if we've understood your question correctly, these programs will encourage the elder population to be included in society, and the continuousness, as we've mentioned before in the other POI, will be dealt with the relevant professionals that will be allocated for such programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. Would you not agree that in Clause 5, the World Bank providing support will be beneficial for the aging population as a whole?
Thank you, Delegate, for this wonderful question, and we do wholeheartedly agree that this would help specifically for the LEDCs, as youth migration is one of their major concerns related to our aging population. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the Delegate of France?
That would be in order. Does the Delegate of France accept this yield? Yes, so please, you say yes, that would be in order.
Madame Secretaries General, Sir President of the General Assembly, Honourable Chairs, fellow delegates and distinguished guests, we, the delegation of France, welcome the opportunity to speak on this comprehensive resolution and address the worrying question of ageing populations. Thanks to the miracles of modern medicine, the human lifespan has significantly increased. However, our extended years are often spent in poor health with little mobility or freedom. Aging with dignity is a right all citizens across our world should be afforded. This topic has wide-reaching implications across the world, on our economies, healthcare systems, and on our families. There are two paths before us when considering how to tackle this problem. Number 1, increase immigration, lower the average population age, and protect our workforce. Or number 2, make it easier for people to have children and reform our current workplace practices. We have no jurisdiction as the UN over immigration intake levels for member nations, and so we take route 2, Clause 2 is a crucial part of this resolution as a whole, but also to the question of ageing populations. We must replace our current population levels to provide carers for our elderly and raise revenue for these actions through taxation. We draw your attention to Clause 6, which is an essential component of this topic. Our healthcare systems will have to eventually invest more in our geriatric sections and the provision and training of these professionals, which this clause implements. Passing this resolution means our elderly will be supported and will be provided with adequate care. They will live longer with a better quality of life. We ask you to think of your grandparents. We ask you to think of your parents. We ask you delegates to eventually think of ourselves. There is no one in this room who will not be affected and who aging will not reach, who will not benefit from these services. Allow our elderly to age gracefully. Prepare both our medical infrastructure and our economies to weather the coming blow. Tackle Sustainable Development Goals 3 and 10. Pass this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay, delegates open themselves up to any and all POIs. Any delegates wishing to make such POIs, please raise all placards now. The delegations of Afghanistan, Mozambique, and Turkey, you've been recognised.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. We are just wondering, in Clause 6, Subclause C, you talk about increasing the amount of healthcare facilities for elderly people, and we are just wondering how you plan on convincing more people to join the medical field in order to staff these new facilities.
Well, Delegate, as generally, the law of supply states, supply will go up. People will be more incentivized because there will be more jobs on offer. As well, being a doctor is a phenomenal profession. We feel that, as well, member nations could implement their own actions to encourage more members of the medical system to increase their ranks. We feel as though this subclause is an essential component of this resolution, and by providing more jobs, more people will be attracted to join the workforce. Thank you.
So, what measures will be taken to prevent the exploitation or abuse of tax reduction benefits for families, especially concerning the proposed cap and eligibility requirements?
Delegate, we presume you're referencing Clause 3, Subclause 5. Well, first of all, given the fact that the UN has very little control over the members' taxation and fiscal policy, we believe as though ultimately it is up to us as the UN to trust our member nations. These are advisory measures. We cannot force them to do anything as we are not Security Council, but we feel as though that by implementing this action, member nations will be severely aided as we need to replace our population. And we need to have an adequate birth rate to do these and to get the taxation to care for our elderly. So we feel as though we're not sure why member nations would take advantage of this clause for their own purposes, but we feel as though ultimately we have to trust member nations that they will do the right thing, they'll implement these measures correctly, and to allow them the integrity and the privacy to do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate, but the delegation of Turkey have some concerns about Clause 1. There's no mention of UN oversight here, and we were wondering how this clause could be implemented if member states, especially lesser economically developed countries, don't have the relevant professionals, as the clause states, to fulfill this clause.
Well, Delegate, we feel as though the sector referenced in this clause is an active part of many economies across the world. As well, wiggle room is a wonderful thing. We feel as though each member nation has a different aging rate. Each member nation has a slightly different elderly population, and we feel as though they are the ones who know it best, and so we trust them to adequately tailor this recommendation and this provision to their own populations, which is why we are entrusting it to them.
Right to respond?
That will be in order.
But in countries and member states where there aren't enough relevant professionals to ensure that these educational programs are provided, these lifelong educational programs are provided to older populations, how do you think that member states to go about this if there's no UN oversight?
Well, given the fact that Just because explicitly in the clause that there's no UN oversight does not mean that the member nations are banned from asking the UN for aid, perhaps supplying professionals, or perhaps communicating with their neighbouring and bordering countries about the sharing of professionals and, like increasing experience and stuff like that. So we feel as though this will not be too much of a problem in the implementation of this resolution. And of course, as previously stated, like the World Bank and all will provide funding if that is a problem. So we feel as though this is adequately covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Please yield your time to the chair.
So yielded.
Okay, delegates, we forgot to take roll call at the start when we came back from the lunch break, so we will begin with roll call now before moving into open debate on the resolution. So with that, delegation of Afghanistan. Delegates, please remain silent while roll call is being taken. Albania. Argentina. Please say present and raise your placard. Thank you. Armenia. Belgium. Brazil. Canada. Chile. China. Costa Rica. Denmark. Delegation of Denmark. DPR Korea. Ecuador. Egypt. Delegation of Egypt. Equatorial Guinea. Ethiopia. France. Gabon. Germany. Ghana. Delegation of Ghana. Greece. India. Indonesia. Iran. Delegation of Iran. Ireland. Israel. Italy. Thank you, Delegation of Italy. Japan. Delegation of Japan. Jordan. Kazakhstan. Kenya. Kuwait. Lao PDR. Libya. Lithuania. Malta. Mauritius. Mexico. Mozambique. Netherlands. New Zealand. Nigeria. Oman. Peru. Delegates, please be quiet. Portugal. Republic of Korea. Russian Federation. Singapore. Slovakia. Spain. Sweden. Switzerland. Tunisia. Turkey. UK. Delegate. Ukraine. United Arab Emirates. United States of America. Venezuela. And Zimbabwe. Oh, sorry, and Yemen, apologies. Okay, thank you, delegates. All right, delegates, can we please remind everyone to remain active in debate? We realize that everyone's getting tired, but we have just come back from a lunch break, so please, all delegates, remain engaged fully in debate. Okay, with that, we'll be heading into open debate on this resolution as a whole. Any delegates wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. And the delegates with the timer, if they wouldn't mind turning that off. Delegation of Mauritius, you've been recognized. Delegates, please, there's a distinct murmur on the floor. Thank you.
We'd like to thank the delegation of Russia for this fine resolution, which will help tackle the UN's question of aging population by supporting our elderly as well as our current and future parents. Highlighting on Clause 3, which requests Member States to establish regulations regarding the reconstruction of tax requirements for families for the purpose of financial encouragement and support, being adjusted depending on the amount of children the family needing providing or parental occupation. This will encourage the growth of families. Parents need to be supported at all times, but it would be unjust for parents to receive the same benefits no matter how many children or the occupation they have.
As you know, children are expensive through clothes, toys, foods, education, and activities. Giving a good quality of life to these children are absolutely necessary if we want to think about the future of the UN and the future of the world. The children being born now are our future, eventually our elderly, and they need to be cared for, and this clause will make sure of that. We bring up our young as best as we can, this emphasising on the word can. This benefit will aid families to make sure that our future scientists, chefs, and even UN members are able to reach their full potential, a potential that will not see the light of day without the proper funding. We'd also like to express our thoughts on Clause 6, Subclause E, which states member states to run more elder support groups and activities for such groups. We believe that elderly people should be supported at all times, but not only through well thought of and thorough medical attention, which has been very well implemented to this resolution, but they also need to partake in recreational group activities to have something to look forward to or a new skill which will allow them to enjoy the last few years of their lives. Our elderly have made us what we are today, and they deserve to be treated with the utmost respect and dignity. These are a few of many reasons why we, the delegation of Mauritius, believe that this resolution is a firm and frankly brilliant resolution that takes decisive steps in combating the issue of ageing population, and we urge you to vote in favour.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay, with that, delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise all placards now. Kenya, Oman, Kazakhstan, and Gabon, you've been recognized. Delegates, please, silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would you not agree that this kind of benefits that this resolution would give to parents is essential for all children to have a fair and happy childhood?
We wholeheartedly agree. Thank you, Delegate.
In Clause 6, Subclause E, what activities that would you suggest that would be mentioned?
And these could be any activities such as group activities like knitting or pottery making, or even they could be sports facilities such as walking groups, running groups, anything like that.
Would you not agree that as members of the ageing population have lived through a lifetime, they have much knowledge and experience to offer their grandchildren, and we should look after them and foster this relationship?
We wholeheartedly agree. We are today what we are because of our now elderly, and we must respect them as they made us what we are.
Was there one more point on the floor? Gabon?
Does the delegate not believe that the lack of UN sub-body or named organisation within the first clause makes it effectively unpassable as a clause in and of itself, as there is no one to oversee such endeavours?
We wholeheartedly disagree. As this has been touched upon by France, it can be overseen by just the member nations as they see fit.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we are back in open debate on this resolution as a whole. Any delegates wishing to make speeches for or against, please raise all placards now. Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized. Yep, delegates, please give the speaker the respect that they deserve.
We, the delegation of Ukraine, call for all member states to vote against this resolution for a number of reasons. Firstly, we would like to draw attention to Clause 3, which requests reconsideration and not implementation. Why suggest when you can push for it to be implemented instead? We would also like to bring attention to Clause 2, which excludes people who are unable or unwilling to have families due to disability. Their life also matters too.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay. With that, the delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise your placards now. Delegates of India, United States of America, Nigeria, and China, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Doesn't the delegate agree that in Clause 3 there should be a way to determine the tax per family so that it is equal for everybody?
We agree.
Admin, could we please have a microphone?
Is the delegate aware of the problems that may occur for the economy by reconsidering how taxes are implemented for families?
May the United States please rephrase?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question?
Is the delegate aware of the problems that might happen if we reconsider how taxes are implemented on families?
We would agree with America. With this, yeah. Yeah. Stop there.
Admin.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech. Delegate, would you not agree that clauses 2 and 3, which are saying to increase birth rates, would you not agree that they are going to feed into an already frightening overpopulation crisis?
We wholeheartedly agree.
Okay, could we please just remind delegates that there's no passing to the speaker while they are on the stand? Thank you. It's okay, just for future reference. Was there not another point of information on the floor? Nigeria, admins, could we please?
Thank you for your fine speech, delegate. But do you not consider that the delegates who presented this resolution chose reconsideration for a reason, and that by using the term reconsidering, we can already we cannot make the countries feel like this is forced upon them?
We thank the delegates for their fine POI, but we feel implementation is the better word to use, which it forces the nation to do something and not nothing.
Right to reply.
Granted. Okay, delegate, please wait until all POIs are finished before tabling a motion. Thank you.
As we do not have the right, the delegate believes that the United Nations does not have the right to force any country to do anything. So we do not, does the delegate not agree that forcing a country to make any point in their own policies that disagrees with their policies? Does the delegate not understand that by forcing a country to make a policy, to take a policy that does not agree with their own policies, they would not be implementing the right resolution?
May the delegate rephrase?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question in a more clear and concise manner?
Does the delegate not agree that by using the term implementation and by thus underlining forcing the country to accept this resolution, we can does the delegate not agree that this resolution is offering a hand and is under no means being forced onto a country?
We feel that we're not trying to force upon this, but we feel it would be better that the words would be more impactful in the way that the nation should do their thing. Seconded.
Please rise and state the reason for your objection. Okay, thank you, Delegate. Yeah, a motion to extend POIs will not be in order at this moment in time. Okay, thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
May we yield to China?
Does the delegation of China accept this yield? And that will be in order.
Honourable Chairs, distinguished delegates, we the nation of China would like to thank the delegate for their fine speech and Russia for presenting this resolution. However, unfortunately, we must urge you to vote against it. Beginning in Clause 1, the resolution introduces lifelong learning programmes targeted at the older generations. In sub-clauses BI and III, it's mentioned that these programmes will be designed according to the person's necessities and desires. Note the use of the single word person, not people. It also states that these programs could be altered upon requests. Delegates, what this resolution clearly intends is for these programs to be tailored to each individual person's precise needs, which also implies a one-to-one teaching strategy from the relevant professionals also mentioned in the clause. In an ideal world, this would be fantastic, but that's not the world that we live in. Over 10% of the world's population is above the age of 65, so the time, effort, and most importantly, the cost involved in offering one-to-one individually tailored education to a tenth of the world would be ludicrous and completely out of the reach of even the most wealthy nations, let alone LEDCs, whose already struggling economies would be brought to a crumbling ruins by this policy. Delegates, there's far cheaper and more crucial ways to solve this issue. This Res's priorities are entirely wrong and unrealistic, making it ineffective. Clauses 2 and 3 are all centred around increasing birth rates. Delegates, the world population is over 8 billion already and is growing exponentially at a rate never seen before. China's own population is well over 1 billion, and that's before we employ this resolution encouraging the birth rate encouraging to increase the birth rate even further. Delegates, we've already employed a one-child per family policy in China, and we implore you to do the same. This res encourages the opposite. Delegates, we are already entering an overpopulation crisis. The issue of ageing populations is in fact a facet of that. These causes will only exacerbate the issue and boost the world population further. Today's youth are tomorrow's elderly. This is no solution, it's an expansion of the issue itself. Once again, the resolution's priorities are in the wrong places. This is an issue of the old, not the young. So if the resolution were to focus on aiding the old and not distracting itself with fueling overpopulation even further, it would include a clause urging member nations to review and prioritise their pension policies, accessible housing for the elderly and other financial and economic policies that affect the ageing population on a daily basis. Yet it hasn't. There is no mention of an increase in pensions to reflect...
Closing remarks, please, Delegate.
One moment. In patients to reflect the lengthening lifespans, no mention of housing and facilities made affordable and accessible to those who aren't working or may have mobility issues. These are the true issues of ageing populations, and the resolution has entirely avoided them, prioritising fantastical education programmes and detrimentally increasing birth rates. It therefore fails to fulfil its objective and should by no means be passed by this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay. With that, delegates open themselves up to any and all POIs. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise all placards now. Kuwait, Slovakia, DPR Korea, and Kazakhstan, you've been recognized. Delegates, we'd like to just encourage that if you haven't spoken already, please do so. We'd like to hear from some delegates that haven't spoken yet. Almost all have, but please, if you have not spoke at all, please try to do so as we are coming towards the end of today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. But are you not aware that as long as 9 years ago, China admitted to regretting their mistake of the one-child policy, whereas are you not aware that you mentioned that you advised everyone else to have this policy when you already admitted that it was a mistake?
Delegate, China's population is growing completely out of control, along with the world's population as a whole. we absolutely encourage all nations to try to reduce their birth rate rather than increase the birth rate, only contributing to the overpopulation crisis, which is what this resolution is encouraging.
Right to respond.
Yeah, that will be in order.
Delegate, you mentioned in your speech that you urge everyone to have a one-child policy, which has been. Are you not aware that they admitted it to be lead to a sex skew in the country, as there are 4% more males than females now, and it's uneven?
Delegate, we do absolutely stand by, while we have mentioned in the past that we do regret that policy, we stand by the meaning behind it in trying to reduce the birth rate in the country. We do not want to enter further into an overpopulation crisis, and we absolutely implore the world to follow us in that policy.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. But as the delegate of Kuwait, I believe, said, in late 2015, you retracted your one-child policy. Birth rates in the world are going down in some countries and rising in others. Would you not agree that in these countries where birth rates are declining heavily, birth rates should be encouraged and having babies should be encouraged?
Delegate, this resolution applies to all member nations.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech. Do you agree that the pensions of the ageing population should be increased to improve their quality of life?
Delegate, we wholeheartedly agree. If it's the issue of ageing populations of the elderly generations is being discussed, that is one of the most pertinent issues that should be looked after first.
Admins with a microphone, please. Delegate of Kazakhstan.
Is the delegate of China not aware that under the cruel and inhumane one-child policy, China's population increased sufficiently, not decreased, more than it had done in previous years, also leading to the increase in males in the country?
Delegates, since we have relaxed that policy in 2015, we maintain a three-child policy. We are still trying to cap our nations, and we would prefer to cap the entire world's population to avoid an overpopulation crisis. And we believe that that any results from that would be negligible in comparison to the disasters that would occur from an overpopulated world with not enough living space and not enough resources for each human on that world.
Right to reply?
Yeah, that will be in order.
Delegate, as is stated in many parts of this resolution, only giving education and more support to elderly people and younger people, that is how you decrease populations, not by enforcing inhumane one-child policies.
Delegate, could the delegate rephrase that?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question? Delegates, please keep all language parliamentary. Booing should not be heard on the floor.
Does the delegate really believe that instituting cruel and inhumane one-child policies is really the way to decrease the world population by limiting people's choices?
Delegate, while we have relaxed those policies to a three-child policy, we do absolutely believe that the birth of less children is the path to less people on the earth.
Delegates, please. Thank you. This will not be in order. Okay, please yield your time to the chair.
So yield.
Okay, with that, we will be returning to open debate on this resolution as a whole. Delegates, order on the floor, please. Any delegates wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized. Delegates, there's a distinct murmur on the floor, please. Can we all be quiet? Delegates? Shh. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, this resolution brought forth by the Russian Federation emphasizes the urgent need to address the economic, social, and healthcare disparities affecting our elderly. In Clause 1, the resolution advocates for accessible lifelong educational programs for the elderly, aiming to enrich their lives and maintain their active engagement in society. Furthermore, Clause 2 highlights the necessity of supporting working parents through flexible work hours and enforcement of fair workplace practices to alleviate the pressures that deter family expansion. By promoting intergenerational collaboration and ensuring that our senior citizens live with dignity and purpose, we can forge a future that respects and values all generations. Together, let us commit to this resolution and work towards societies that thrive across all ages. The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran encourages all delegates to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay. With that, the delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise all placards now. Delegates of Israel, Ecuador, and Ireland, you've been recognised.
Delegate, thank you for your speech. However, would you not agree that this resolution does not do enough to help the elderly people live their best life, such as giving them ways to buy groceries or getting people to clean their house for them?
The delegate partially agrees. However, the delegate also believes that the resolution makes a lot of good points and takes a step in order to help achieve its goal. Thank you.
We'd like to thank you once again for your speech, Delegate. However, would the delegate not agree that Clause 1, Subclause A, is slightly, I suppose, irrelevant, as it many aging populations are found in rural areas and in blue zones, which are predominantly in rural areas around the world?
Yes, the delegate agrees. However, again, the delegate does believe that the resolution as a whole will help make a significant change in this matter. Thank you.
Firstly, we would like to thank our delegates for their delightful speech. And does the delegate further agree with the fact that the multifunctionality of these clauses, such as the educational programs, the other effect of increasing the quality of the education, and also the other clauses such as economical regulations will also increase the well-endowed situation of the nations?
Could the delegate rephrase?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question?
Does the delegate further agree with the fact that these clauses multifunctional ways?
Yes, the delegate wholeheartedly agrees.
Thank you, delegate. Please yield. That will not be in order due to time constraints. Delegate, please yield your... Oh, sorry, how do you wish to yield?
To Costa Rica.
Excuse me?
Costa Rica.
Does the delegate of Costa Rica accept this yield? Excuse me? Okay, then this will be in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable President of the General Assembly, chairs and distinguished delegates, amongst many member states, we have seen that the root cause of an aging population comes from the declining birth rate. And Clause 3 of the resolution effectively tackles this issue before dealing with the aging population itself. From the Do It for Denmark campaign in Denmark to the Code de la Famille in France, we have seen the immense success of pro-natalist policies in increasing the birth rate. For example, France now has the highest total fertility rate in Europe, thanks to its adamant pro-natalist policies. So, with a greater working population arising from a higher birth rate, we can expect lower dependency ratios, which means less burden on the pension funds and the national economy. On the contrary, we have also witnessed the failures of idleness and anti-natalist policies when it comes to population issues. For example, China's one-child policy has resulted in an irreversible decline in population with serious economic repercussions, which must be avoided at all costs. So, one, this clause, along with the resolution as a whole, acknowledge the need for pro-natalist policies, and two, that provides viable solutions that actually incentivize human reproduction, and three, this resolution reduces the aging population ratio. So as a long-term solution, we urge all delegates to support this resolution and work together to achieve a more prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Delegates, there's a distinct murmur on the floor. Please give the speaker the respect that they deserve. Okay, delegate, do you open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
Okay, delegates open themselves up to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise your placards now. Delegates of China, United Kingdom, Ukraine, and Jordan, you've been recognized.
Delegate, you said that our economy will be crippled due to the fact that the one-child policy has decreased our population. However, are you not aware that we have economic policies in place to ensure that we'll have a smooth transition while our population is lowering, therefore decreasing the world's overpopulation crisis?
Thank you for the question. Whilst we agree that economic policies can have an impact on the economic prosperity and the decline population, we're also aware that the foreign direct investment in China has been decreasing ever since that China's population became the second in the world, which has been decreasing. Are you not aware, delegate?
There'll be no direct dialogue between delegates, so yes, that was a rhetorical question.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. However, we would like to ask the delegation, how can you possibly support a resolution which does not address any of the topics at hand? Delegate, this resolution is based around if this resolution was based around helping elder care within member nations, it would wholly comprehensively solve the issue at hand, but it's not. This resolution is focused on aging populations. How can you possibly support a resolution which does not address almost any of this topic at hand and does not have almost any effect towards the topic?
Thank you, delegate, for the excellent question. This resolution, although addresses short-term policies, we also need to keep in mind of the long-term policies. By increasing the total fertility rate, we can have a larger proportion of the population that participate in labor, which would actually decrease the older dependency ratio in the population, thus further allowing for better lifestyles for the older population, because we're effectively making our economy stronger and stronger by having more workforce participation rates.
Right to respond?
That will not be in order. We'd just like to remind all delegates to keep PYs and their responses brief.
Would the delegate not have to agree that in clauses including but not limited to Clause 2, Subclause I, regular inspections to companies without having informed them prior, which would include talking to the employees without an employer present regarding their parental status, this vagueness and lack of overseeing sub-body may be compromising to the resolution's overall comprehension and potential to be implemented?
Thank you, delegate, for the excellent question. However, we cannot agree because it says in Clause 2, Subclause C, Subclause I, that we are actually specifying how to implement these policies by talking to the employers and the companies, which is the root cause of parents not having enough parental leaves, and we're actively communicating with these companies, which is very specific enough.
Right to reply?
That will not be in order due to time constraints.
Wouldn't the delegate agree? Forced education and sports programs will lead to less time spent with parents with kids, and this will lead to a lower quality of life for elderly parents.
Could the delegate rephrase or repeat the question, please?
Wouldn't the
Delegate, please repeat or rephrase that question.
wouldn't the delegate agree that forced education and sports programs will lead to less time spent with parents with kids and will lead to a lack of resentment and abandonment that the kids will feel, decreasing the time spent with their elderly parents in their later years?
Yeah, we absolutely agree that a lack of resentment would mean that the children would feel more. So could you repeat the
Delegate,
question,
please, no direct dialogue. Due to time constraints, delegate, please track the point of information.
Wouldn't forced education and sports programs lead to resentment and a lack of time spent with elderly parents in their later years?
Whilst we agree to some extent that it would impact relationships, intergenerational relationships, we would have to disagree with your points because having children participating in sports programs, they can form a better social relationships with their friends, which are more beneficial to their overall development rather than staying at home.
That will not be in order. Okay, thank you. Please yield your time. Okay, with that, we'll be entering closed debate on this resolution. We will be entertaining one speech, one preferably short speech against. Any delegates wishing to make such speech, please raise all placards now. Portugal, you've been recognized.
Honourable Chairs, fellow delegates, we, the delegation of Portugal, don't feel that this resolution comprehensively tackles the issue of the ageing population well enough. While this resolution does take steps to combat the specific parts of this topic, we feel that those issues left out are too important to not be mentioned. For example, this resolution fails to bring up the subject of incentivising young people to become parents in an attempt to raise fertility rates of countries. We, the delegation of Portugal, are facing a massive problem in our future as older adults comprise 29.1% of our population in 2020, and our fertility rates dropped to 1.4, well below stable amount of 2.1. By raising fertility rates, we believe that having a larger economically independent sector of the population, that these people will be able to do the work necessary to support those that are economically dependent. Furthermore, in Clause 2, you mentioned prioritising opportunities for parents with ongoing careers, but at no point do you address those families that are unemployed and unable to find work due to many possible reasons. We believe that this oversight is detrimental to the resolution as a whole, as it fails to recognise a large part of the population that some would argue are in more need of financial help than those with a stable income. Overall, we feel that this resolution comprehensively discusses the matters relating to the older side of the population, but it fails to touch upon fertility rates and the prosperity of member states through its future generations to ensure that the issue is combated to the fullest of the UN and member states' abilities. For this reason, we would have to urge all delegations present today to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information? Okay, with that, Delegate is open to any and all points of information. Any delegates wishing to make such points, please raise all placards now. We'd like to remind delegates to keep these points of information brief. Albania, Afghanistan, Israel, Turkey, and the United States of America, you've been recognized.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech, and would they not further agree that within Clause 5, it is attempting to solve a massive issue, that of brain drain, in simply 4 lines, and does not have nearly enough to address the entire issue and all of the push factors present, such as political climate in the country, conflict, etc., and only deals with the education one, and thus is ineffective at solving the issue that it attempts to?
We wholeheartedly agree. We do not believe this will fully combat the issue at hand at all. Thank you.
Delegate, wouldn't you agree that Clause 1 also does not include who would implement these educational programmes and oversee the personalisation of the mentioned educational programmes, leading to a more vague and unpractical clause?
Thank you, Delegate. We fully agree that the lack of a UN sub-body overseeing this would have detrimental impacts on the actual implementation of this clause. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your speech, Delegate. Would you not further agree that 6A, B, C, and D are all redundant subclauses, as the only thing they ask is for healthcare workers to simply perform their job that they're already doing, and that this is even unachievable, a lot of the subclauses they propose for LEDCs, as there's zero mention of funding, and that the Delegate has clearly shown a complete disregard for the LEDCs in the UN.
Thank you, Delegate. And not only do we agree, we further agree that this could cause strain on the actual healthcare system itself and could not support this clause.
Okay, so just before you begin, Delegate, again, we'd like to remind delegates that the question of funding is not necessarily the most relevant point, as all funding is unlimited within the confines of Model United Nations.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Do you not agree that this resolution as a whole comes from an incredibly privileged perspective and fails to recognise the struggles of other populations in LEDCs and less privileged areas?
We agree. We feel that the LEDCs have been oversighted in this resolution and feel that for this to be passable, there would need to be amendments which are not possible in GA. Thank you.
That will not be in order due to time constraints, Delegate. Please yield your floor or your time to the chair. Oh, apologies. Sorry. Chair stands corrected.
Does the delegate agree that clauses 2 and 3 are not incentive enough for parents to become, or for younger adults to become parents?
Absolutely. We agree that incentives are the key to solving and combating this problem, and clause 2 and 3 do not do enough, in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please yield your time to the chair.
So yielded.
Okay, with that, delegates, we are still in closed debate. We will be accepting one final speech for this resolution, preferably brief, with only 2 POIs following. With that said, any delegates wishing to make such speech, please raise your placards now. Okay, delegate of Lithuania, you've been recognized.
Honourable Chair and fellow delegates, it is with great pride that Lithuania supports this resolution by Russia on this issue of our aging global population, as it is predicted that 20.5% of Lithuania's total population is predicted to be elderly by the year 2050. With declining fertility rates and increased life expectancy, we must confront the challenges and seize the opportunities presented by this demographic shift. This resolution emphasizes...
Apologies, Delegate, 1 second. Delegates, there's a distinct murmur on the floor. We're almost at the end of this session. Could everyone please give the speaker the respect that they deserve?
This resolution emphasized lifelong education programs tailored for older populations, enabling them to remain active and engaged in their communities. The health benefits associated with engaging in educational activities has been linked to better physical health and outcomes, and can lead to newer career opportunities, part-time employment, or entrepreneurial ventures for older adults, enhancing their economic independence and contribution to society. We strongly urge you to vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please yield your time to the chair.
Yield the chair.
Thank you. With that, delegates, we'll be moving into voting procedure on this resolution as a whole. Admins, please assume voting positions and secure the doors. Delegates, that's not an invitation to talk. Thank you. Any delegates wishing to vote in favour of this resolution, please raise all placards now. Please raise them high so that admin can count. Thank you. Okay, please lower all placards. Lower all placards, please, delegates. Any delegates wishing to vote against, please raise all placards now. Please lower your placards. And any abstentions, please raise your placards now. Please raise them high, delegates. Thank you. Okay, delegates, with a very slim majority, this resolution has not passed. Clapping is not in order. Okay, thank you. We'll be now entertaining a 5-minute break. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Nice speaking to you.
No, just double check if I'm allowed. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
King. What? Luke and Han. You could do
Sorry? Pass.
For what? Are you gonna do the next? Two. Security Council. This is a special conference, right?
Me no lie. I click every single one.
So bored.
I will be controlling the tracker.
He's dedicated.
No.
Okay, delegates, can you please take your seats, and we are going to move on to Malta's resolution.
I will not be abusing my chair privilege.
Thank you so much. I mean, you're going to be here for an hour, so are you sure?
Okay, where are the other...
Delegates, can you please come to order?
Oh, they're over there.
Delegates, please take your seats. Delegates, please take your seats and come to order. We're beginning. Delegates, please take your seats. Delegates, please take your seats and begin to get ready for debate.
Yeah. Please pass the information in the form of a note.
Is it responses as well? Yeah, I mean, at this stage it doesn't matter. Delegates, please take your seats. We're beginning debate in 30 seconds. It should be already started.
Put it in my bag.
Delegates? So can you just... Okay, can the floor please come to order, and we are going to begin debate on this special conference on climate justice resolution on managing the increase of climate migration. Can the distinct murmur on the floor please come to silence? Thank you, delegates. Would the main submitter like to approach the podium? Do you have access? Would you like to read out some of the clauses?
Yeah, how many?
Can you begin by reading out the first two clauses, please?
1. Calls for the creation of a new UN subbody called the United Nations Commission on Climate-Induced Migration, comprised of experts in climate change and migration, to work in conjunction with the Migration, Environment and Climate Change Division at the UN International Organization for Migration and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, with the purposes of, but not limited to, A. Overseeing and facilitating the implementation of all clauses on this resolution by 2028. B. Facilitating the development of further international protocols under the existing 1951 Refugee Convention or otherwise to ensure an appropriate legal status for the protection of climate migrants, to be applicable to anyone whose needs in line with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights cannot be met at home because of climate-related factors, to be discussed at the conference in Clause 2 and to be established by the end of 2025. 2. Requests for the creation of a biannual conference to be held online, organized by the UNCCIM, to be attended by experts in climate change and migration invited by the UNCCIM, and representatives from all member nations, with an emphasis on the need for representation of climate migrants and those who live in areas experiencing severe consequences of climate change, for the purposes of, but not limited to, A. Providing a platform for member nations, to voice their concerns regarding the effects of climate change on migration, the facilitation of climate migrants, or on the implementation of this resolution. B. Facilitating and planning to take action on the addressing of these concerns. C. Monitoring and discussing progress made on the implementation of this resolution and suggesting actions to member nations to help them further implement all clauses of this resolution. And D. Creating a detailed report comprised of member nations' progress implementing this resolution and everything discussed at the conference to be made available to the UNCCIM, IOM, and IPCC, as well as to all member nations to be utilized for further research, progress, and action.
Thank you, Delegate. You may now begin with your opening speech.
Esteemed delegates and honourable chairs, the question of managing the increase of climate migration is one that is of utmost importance in our world, as we face the harsh reality that 1.2 billion people could be displaced globally by 2050 due to climate change. We'd like to thank all our co-submitters for their contributions to this resolution, which we're proud to present to you as an effective and comprehensive solution. Not only does it have long and short-term measures to protect climate migrants, it also tackles the causes for migration at their roots. Every clause on the resolution takes meaningful action to address the issue, so we'd like to highlight the roles of a few clauses. Clause 1 provides the resolution with the oversight it needs to ensure effective implementation involving existing UN subbodies to make the most of our resources. Perhaps the greatest barrier to progress on this topic is the current lack of legal protection for climate migrants, which we fully address in subclause B, facilitating the creation of an appropriate legal status. We acknowledge that the complex issue of climate migration is always changing, which is why the biannual conference in Clause 2 allows for constant discussion and progression, along with monitoring and sharing information. Finally, we draw your attention to Clause 5, which provides a mechanism to ensure all internal and external climate migrants' needs can be met. Along with the rest of the clauses on this resolution, we believe passing it is imperative for progress on this issue. Therefore, we urge you all to vote in favour.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Israel, Zimbabwe, and Nigeria, you've been recognised in that order.
Thank you for your speech and your resolution. However, would you not agree that the formation of a new subbody in Clause 1 to then oversee the formation of another subbody in Clause 5 is a complete waste of UN time, considering we already have the International Organization on Migration?
Delegate, while we thank you for your concern, we disagree. We believe climate migration is in and of itself such a complex issue that it does require its own subbody. And we'd like to highlight that in Clause 5, we're creating a program, not a subbody, which will be run by the subbody in Clause 1.
Right to reply.
Granted.
Thank you, Dale. Apologies for misreading Clause 5. However, while we certainly would agree that climate migration is in fact a really nuanced issue, the amount of nuanced issues the UN faces, we cannot count it. We would have an infinite amount of sub-bodies to deal with every nuanced issue. That is why we have overseeing bodies like the International Migration Organization.
Delegate, while again we thank you for your point, we disagree. We believe that the prediction that 1.2 billion people could be displaced globally by 2050 is harsh enough that we have to create a sub-body to address this issue. While we appreciate that sub-bodies such as the International Organization for Migration exist, they have many different issues to attend to, and we believe a sub-body is what we need to allow enough focus and attention on this issue.
Thank you, the delegate, for your wonderful speech. Would you agree that this resolution comprehensively tackles this issue, and specifically in Clause 2, creating a biannual conference will efficiently and comprehensively tackle this issue altogether?
Thank you, delegate. We completely agree and couldn't have put it better ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegate, for your fine resolution. Do you not agree that with the by instating this resolution that Clause B specifically, that by instating this resolution, many climate migrants will be resolved of the mistreatment that they have faced, and it will prevent more mistreatment of those coming into our countries?
Thank you, delegate. We completely agree. One of our biggest aims with this resolution is to protect the rights of climate migrants who are currently not being protected, and we feel that the resolution is extremely effective in doing so.
Thank you, delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegate of Albania?
Does the delegate of Albania accept this yield? Then it is in order.
Madam Secretary-General, Honourable Chairs and distinguished delegates. Firstly, we would like to thank the delegation of Malta for their very fine and comprehensive resolution. And as we gather here today at this conference under the theme of climate justice, it is imperative that we confront one of the most pressing issues of our time, the management of climate migration. The undeniable reality, delegates, is that climate change is already displacing millions of people worldwide, rendering their homes uninhabitable due to extreme weather events, rising sea levels and environmental degradation. In the face of these challenges, we must act decisively now, and this resolution does just that. Clause 3 addresses push factors, dealing with natural disasters, a prime reason for migrants being forced to leave their country, and is essential to dealing with this crisis. This clause solves issues such as protecting these migrants from events such as floods in subclause B, or storms and others in subclause A with early warning mechanisms. Clause 4 combats climate change and is so important. It combats the root clauses, delegate, and we believe that this is imperative to the implementation of this resolution. Furthermore, Clause 6 focuses on the lives of migrants. It's important to recognise the lives of climate migrants in this clause, and it does just that, delegates. It allows for these people to set up and live a prosperous life, where they not only improve their own quality of life, but the economy of the countries that they have migrated to. In conclusion, we must act today to help improve the lives of climate migrants by voting in favour of this resolution, delegates. We can uphold the principles of climate justice and ensure a more equitable and sustainable future for all. Delegates, we must work together to forge a path towards a world where no one is left behind in the face of climate adversity. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. Any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. New Zealand, Armenia, and Chile, you've been recognized.
We thank the delegate for his speech, but I would like to ask, what are climate migrants and where can we find them?
Delegates, climate migrants are people who have been displaced due to climate change. They can be found pretty much all over the world. You have climate migrants from sub-Saharan Africa, for example, due to the desertification of sub-Saharan Africa. These people are forced to migrate. That is just one of the many examples that there are, and we thank you for your concern, delegate.
Delegates, just before we go on to our next point of information, debate does not work if there is constant murmuring on the floor. When we ask for silence, that does not mean that you can continue speaking. It actually means that we are asking for you not to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you not agree that the fact there is a deadline in place will allow this resolution be completed in a more effective manner?
Could delegate please repeat or rephrase the point?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase her point?
Do you not agree that the fact there is a deadline in place will allow this resolution be completed in a more effective manner?
Delegate, we wholeheartedly agree. We believe that the point that there is in fact a deadline within this resolution will help encourage countries who are implementing it to speed up their efforts to help affect and better the lives of these climate migrants for the better. Thank you, delegate.
Don't you agree that this is a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of implementing programs such as economic diversification, and doesn't it carry a risk of marginalizing indigenous people and local communities?
Delegate, we do see where you're coming from, and we appreciate the fact that you are concerned that not all climate migrants face the same issues. But we believe that the UNCCIM, in conjunction with the programme ICM-ARP, will take an adaptable yet harmonised approach to these issues faced by the different types of climate migrants and the issues that they face. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To Chair.
So yielded. And with that, we are in open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there is any delegate wishing to make a speech for or against this resolution, please raise your placards now. Ireland.
Honourable Chairboard, fellow delegates. It is with a heavy heart that we must proclaim that we do not support this resolution, as we do not believe that it is comprehensive enough to tackle the issues it seeks to address, and it has some problematic clauses. We'd first like to start off by mentioning the first clause, which calls for the creation of a new sub-body that we just believe would increase bureaucracy and prevent faster help to the people who actually need it. There are already plenty of sub-bodies, mainly the UNEP and the International Migration Organization, that has the same goals and aims to tackle the same issues. And creating another sub-body to do what these bodies do right now would just divert resources, divert attention, and increase the bureaucracy and prevent these people who need help the most from getting the help they so require in a timely manner. And the same criticism applies to the second clause. Whilst it has good intentions and on paper it seems good, due to the redundancy of this new organization, we do share the same criticisms for this clause, and we do not believe that it would help an awful lot, as the UNEP and international migration organizations have the same in place. And finally, we would like to address the seventh clause, which states that member states work in conjunction with international labour organization, but it says it in a way, it's, for example, sustainable
Delegate,
ecotourism.
closing remarks, please.
Okay, these are not the problems they face. Most of climate and migration happens in sub-Saharan regions, and these are first world issues that they seek to address. Like, ecotourism is not on the minds of sub-Saharan
Delegate,
regions.
can you please come to closing remarks?
Yes.
Thank you.
That'll be all.
Do you wish to open yourself to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened themselves to any and all points of information. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. China, Greece, and Sweden, you've been recognised in that order.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech, but would you not also further agree that subclause 1 is completely useless? As you stated in your speech, there are already plenty UN sub-bodies that already complete what is set out by this clause.
Yes, we fully agree. This new proposed agency would be completely redundant and only work to divert attention and resources and get in the way of actually delivering help to the people who need it.
Delegate, don't you agree that although the resolution outlines various actions and conferences, no concrete steps outlined to enforce member states to comply with the proposed measures?
Yes, some delegate has stated that there are deadlines in place which would help, but again, there are no concrete steps that are to be taken. There are no timelines or steps that the resolution offers. So we do believe that these clauses only go for show and don't carry actual merit behind them.
Thank you, delegate, for your fine speech. But would you not agree that the deadlines mentioned in clause 1 are a tad unrealistic?
Yes, even though we would like to be optimistic and would like to hope that these deadlines can be met, we do not live in a utopian world. We do not live in a perfect world, and economic reasons will always get in the way of achieving these goals. So we do wholeheartedly believe that these goals and deadlines are unrealistic, and we would like to see a revision, but seeing as we can't give amendments, we do want this resolution to be shot down, as we do not believe that it would help.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order for us to yield to the delegate of China?
No. Please yield your floor to the chair.
Then we would like to yield our time to chairboard.
Thank you so much. With that, we are in closed debate on this resolution. We will be entertaining one speech for this resolution. If any delegate is wishing to make a speech for, please raise your placards now. USA, you've been recognized.
Delegates, the resolution put forth by the Republic of Malta is of utmost importance, and the delegate of the United States of America implores all member states present in this room to vote in support of this fine resolution. The resolution as a whole is incredibly cohesive, covering almost every basis. The creation of a biannual conference which allows member states to voice their concerns over the effects of climate migration, as well as monitoring progress to install warning systems, flood protection systems, and shelters in highland areas. Despite the few redundancies of this resolution, it makes sure to secure short and long-term solutions for the climate crisis. Thank you, and vote for this resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any at all.
Delegates open themselves up to any and all points of information. If there is any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Poland, Lithuania, and Jordan, you've been recognized in that order. Delegates, please, with the murmur.
Thank you, Delegate, for your excellent speech. While Poland wholeheartedly agrees with this resolution, we have some concerns on a vague mention about member nations in the platform mentioned in Clause 2, Subclause A. Can the delegate provide any context for this?
May the delegate please restate the question.
Can the delegate please repeat or rephrase, please?
In Clause 2, Subclause A, it mentions member nations to voice concerns about the effects of climate migration about a program, and the delegate is simply wondering which member nations are going to take part in this program.
Presumably all of them. Thank you.
We thank the delegate for this fine speech. Would the delegate agree that this resolution not only puts in place measures to address current climate migrants, but also outlines how to prevent people from becoming climate migrants in the future?
Thank you for your question. Yes, the delegate of the United States wholeheartedly agrees with your statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate, for such a fine speech. Wouldn't the delegate agree that having a combination of long and short-term solutions proves to be the most effective way to help these communities affected so greatly by climate change, as mentioned in Clause 3 and Clause 7?
Thank you. Yes, we would agree.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the chairs.
So yielded. And with that, we are back in open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there's anyone wishing to make a speech for or against this resolution, please raise your placards now. Kazakhstan, you've been recognized. Delegates, please come to order.
We urge all delegates to vote in favour of this excellent resolution. It is not only comprehensive, but also it's also very effective in all areas that it tackles. From Clause 1 and its legal recognition of climate migrants to allow further discussion of this, to Clause 2, which encourages discussion and dialogue between different issues pertaining to this topic, this resolution is nothing short of excellent. On top of this, the issue of research sharing to prevent climate migration at the source is essential. It creates highland shelters, flood protection systems, and required early warning systems. The ratification of the Kyoto Protocols and the Paris Accords in Clause 4 reaffirms that this resolution is not just about migration, but the causes to stop it in the source. Getting us to reaffirm commitment not only shows which member states really care and which ones do not. The UNCCIM, the body created in this resolution, allows for the consideration of internal and external migrants, which will let everyone be homed safely. It is imperative to take into consideration internal migrants, as they account for often more than external ones. Not only does this resolution look for short-term and precautionary solutions, as we've discussed, it also has many long-term ones. Look no further than Clause 7 for such action, which allows for the institution of migrants into society and also to stop them existing in the first place. Stop migrants existing, not humans, obviously. Delegates, as has been mentioned, in 2050, there will be 1.2 billion climate migrants, making them the largest nation in the world. Let's treat them with the same rights into blending into society as regular new citizens. This clause provides them with the means to live in their new host regions or even stay in their original lands if they so desire, by providing them with jobs and further trust. As has been discussed by various delegates, they say we don't need a subcommittee, but we think that we do. Seeing as the UN is literally many subcommittees, all working in conjunction, the only way that the UN actually functions is with well-oiled parts. Such well-oiled bodies are included in this res. Let's take care of migrants in many ways, before they become migrants, after, and letting them blend into society. Thank you. We urge you to vote in favour.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to open yourself? Do you wish to open yourself to any points of information?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all points of information. If there's any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Belgium, Costa Rica, and India, you've been recognised in that order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would the Delegate not agree that Clause 7 strategies for economic diversification and creating sustainable livelihoods are essential for regions affected by climate change?
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your point of information. Creating better economic conditions for all those in affected areas is not only one of the ways that we can reduce the flow of climate migrants at the source, but also that we can improve livelihoods when we're given the chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your excellent speech. Could the Delegate further clarify how the resolution could be implemented when this comes into conflict with domestic immigration laws in different member states?
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your concerns highly, and Kazakhstan itself has many concerns with internal and external migrants. However, using the many recommendations and the encouragements of the different bodies and the different clauses in this resolution, we see that there should not be any resistance to implementing and housing migrants in host countries, host regions, because of the provisions that have been given in this resolution. There should be no complaints.
Thank you, Delegate, for an excellent speech. Could the delegate please elaborate on the role of the International Labour Organization in developing and implementing economic diversification strategies, and how will they ensure the involvement and participation of local communities in these initiatives?
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your point of information. The International Labour Organization has been tasked with developing, as it says in the resolution, strategies for economic diversification. What this diversification will do is actually make sure that people, unless they really need to migrate, will not migrate, and those obviously who do need to migrate from their host or from their original areas will. And the International Labour Organization, or the ILO, is tasked with making sure that this happens effectively. Thank you.
Due to multiple seconds, this will be in order. Do you wish to entertain more POIs?
We do.
With that, if there's anyone wishing to make another point of information to the delegate of Kazakhstan, please raise your placard now. Mauritius, Slovakia, and Libya, you've been recognized in that order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech.
Sorry, Delegate. Delegates, please come to order. You may proceed.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Wouldn't you agree that this resolution is considering more than what is seen on the surface level for migrants and successfully achieving what the UN stands to do by providing them with better opportunities, as we see in Clause 6, which will allow them to find employment with the help of NGOs and apprenticeships? It recognizes them as everyday people and not just as migrants.
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate your point of information. When given this resolution first in committee, we saw that it was above the standard of most other resolutions that we've seen in our history of Model United Nations, and that's why this resolution is so integral, not just to the question of managing the increase in climate migration, but also to MUN as a whole. It really stands out. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your informative speech. Do you agree that by the inclusion of Clause 3, it adds a strong sense of security and certainty of a prosperous future to the affected nations by having installed emergency response mechanisms and the creation of fully equipped shelters?
Thank you, Delegate, for your point of information. That's a very good observation that the Delegate has made there. However, we would argue that not just in Clause 3, actually throughout the whole resolution, we can see the provision of a better livelihood and life for all such climate migrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your great speech. Given the comprehensive and extensive nature of the clauses, how does the Delegate propose to achieve all of this by 2028 deadline as outlined in Clause 1, Subclause A?
Thank you, Delegate. We appreciate often concerns about deadlines and timelines. However, this one seems ambitious yet effective. And we must remember that even if this amazing resolution is not completed by 2028, work will still continue on it, and any work taken now is better than any work that's taken in the future. So any work that's taken in the next 4 years into completing this resolution is better that's taken in the next 40 years in submitting this resolution. Thank you.
Right to respond.
Granted.
But given that that deadline makes it impossible for a variety of states such as Libya to comply, does that not mean they are very unlikely to even engage with it at all, as it's possible to fully achieve it?
Seeing as there is no actual legal standpoint to any resolutions that we pass, there is no obligation to fulfill anything. However, upon joining the United Nations, often countries say that they will fulfill or they won't fulfill a certain amount of resolutions, and this, we think, is one of the resolutions that Libya should fulfill. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please yield the floor to the Chair.
Would it not be in order to yield to another delegate?
Not at this time.
Okay, sorry, so yielded.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are in closed debate on this resolution as a whole. We will be entertaining one speech against the resolution now. If there's any delegate wishing to make this speech, please raise your placard now. Turkey, you've been recognized.
Honourable Chairs, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Turkey would like to thank the delegation of the Republic of Malta for this impeccable resolution, but we will unfortunately have to go against it. When we were reading this resolution, it came to our shock when we saw that there's no mention of animal migration whatsoever. One could argue that we do not need this, but we find that it's incredibly important. Animal migration has a massive effect on our ecosystems. Migration trends our ecosystems by rapidly disrupting the settled patterns of our assets. Delegates, we urge you to vote against this resolution as we are extremely disappointed by this, and we want you to know, and we know that our fellow delegates, you guys are too.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
As many as time will allow.
The delegate has opened themselves up to multiple points of information. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Kuwait, Italy, and Greece, you've been recognised in that order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your excellent speech. But is the delegate not aware that a migrant is a person who moves from one place to another and is not an animal?
We are very much aware, considering we have learned geography, but we did just want to bring it to everyone's attention.
Delegates, order, please.
We did want to bring it to the floor's attention.
Delegates, please come to order.
Does the delegate not agree that the UN should prioritize the lives of humans rather than animals, as humans are more important?
We do, Delegate, but if we didn't prioritise the lives of animals as well, then we'd all have to become vegetarians and vegans.
Right to respond?
It's granted.
Do you not think that climate migration will not kill every single animal on Earth? Rather, only certain subsections and groups of animals will die?
It will, but why? It will eventually, but like you can apply the same thing to anything, so why not save the animals now?
Right to respond?
Not granted. Delegates, please come to order. Is there a third point on the floor?
Thanks for the fine speech, delegates. Would you agree that while the resolution presents a comprehensive framework for addressing climate-induced migration, there are concerns regarding its feasibility and implementation?
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase?
Can the delegate please repeat or rephrase the question?
Would you agree that while the resolution presents a comprehensive framework for addressing climate-induced migration, there are concerns regarding its feasibility and implementation?
Yes, we do wholeheartedly agree, but we do believe that that we should have multiple solutions.
Does the delegate open themselves up to extra points of information?
Yes, we do.
The delegate has opened themselves up to multiple points of information, which means that at this time it will be in order. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Zimbabwe, UAE, and Malta. You've been recognized in that order.
We would first like to thank the delegation of Turkey for their interesting speech, but we would like to remind the delegation of Turkey that the UN is established for to protect, as defined in the United Nations, as maintaining international peace and security, give humanitarian assistance and protecting human rights and upholding international law.
Thank you, Delegate, for that very nice POI. But we will have to disagree with that statement. While the UN we are aware that the UN is mainly focused around human rights. We do believe that since we all evolved from animals, we might as well take care of them too, no?
Right to reply?
Not granted. Delegates, please come to order before the next point of information.
Thank you, Delegate, for that interesting speech. However, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, defines climate migration as the movement of a person or groups of persons who, predominantly for reasons of sudden or progressive change in the environment due to climate change, are obligated to leave their habitat of place of residence or choose to do so. Therefore, would the delegate not agree that there is no mention in this definition of animals, and therefore that speech is irrelevant?
Well, I think we're all well, the UN is a democracy, and we're all entitled to our own opinions. And we think that animal rights should have a steady part of that. Well, we do prioritize humans, of course, but animals.
Motion to reply.
Not granted. Delegates, please come to order. Please stop the murmur and please keep decorum.
Delegate, while we thank you for your speech, we'd like to ask how the delegate possibly feels that such a minor issue not being in the res is reason enough to fail a res that is otherwise in every way comprehensive and would benefit billions of people worldwide.
Thank you, Delegate. We personally are not suggesting for everyone to fail the res. We are just promoting our own beliefs. But if you want to vote for it, we love that for you. But we are going to vote against it.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the chair.
So yielded. And with that, we are back in open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there's anybody wishing to make a speech for or against this resolution, please raise your placards now. Ecuador, you've been recognized. Delegates, please come to order. There's a distinct murmuring. Please be quiet. Thank you so much. Delegates, you may proceed.
We thank Malta and all co-submitters for submitting this fine resolution. This issue is one we in Ecuador feel deeply about. We aim to protect the people faced with the challenge of climate change. As a country on the equator and with invaluable islands, we understand the matter at hand. The creation of the UN sub-body UNCCIM provides a strong foundation for all the clauses to be implemented. The inclusion of bodies and experts set out a clear and simple framework for the creation of this new sub-body. Clause 6 helps to address social problems by aiding climate migrants to gain the skills for employment. In Ecuador, there are around 425,000 immigrants residing, and as of 2020, 34% of Ecuador's immigrants are unemployed. The integration of a deadline also allows for all clauses to be implemented with haste. The only way to solve such an issue is together. We urge you all to vote in favor.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself to any points of information?
The
delegate has opened themselves up to multiple points of information. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Germany, Spain, and Chile have been recognized in that order.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. Would the Delegate not also agree that by the creation of a new sub-body, it would not hinder the delivery of resources, as some are concerned, but would only help to target specific areas and people in need of these resources?
We would agree. The creation of that sub-body would help all climate immigrants in all areas.
Thank you for your fine speech. Can the delegate elaborate on how the resolution addresses the potential challenges associated with the definition and identification of climate migrants, especially considering the complex nature of factors contributing to displacement?
Can the delegate please repeat or rephrase their question?
Can the delegate elaborate on how the resolution addresses the potential challenges associated with the definition and identification of climate migrants, especially considering the complex nature of factors contributing to displacement?
We cannot elaborate, however, we still urge you to vote in favor.
Thank you, Delegate, for your speech. Don't you think that some countries may engage in greenwashing by appearing to comply with agreements while continuing unsustainable practices domestically, undermining the goals of the resolution?
Can the delegate please repeat or rephrase your question?
Don't you think that some countries may engage in greenwashing by appearing to comply with agreements while continuing unsustainable practices domestically, undermining the goals of the resolution?
We do not believe that. Yeah, we do not believe that.
Seconded.
I can't hear shit.
Due to multiple objections, this will not be in order. Delegate, how do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegation of Indonesia?
Can the delegate of Indonesia please raise their placard? Does the delegate accept this yield? Then it is in order.
What's the next res? Are you sure? Yeah. Oh yeah, it is.
Dear delegates, honorable chairs, and most distinguished guests, we strongly advise you all to vote in favor for this resolution submitted by Malta on the topic of climate migration. In clause 1, it states the creation of a UN organization body that will overlook the climate and analyze. It will help for climate migrants so that they can prepare as well in order to not be caught off guard by the reflections of climate. This is said to be implemented by 2028, a goal that is definitely ambitious, but is achievable. In clause 2, it puts forward the idea of a biannual conference that will be held online in order for countries to speak their concerns. We believe that this is extremely important as communication is key for progression in the future. In clause 3, it states that the nations will share information and research to install early warnings and emergency mechanisms, such as direct relocation in order to help the communities affected. Once again, we urge you all to vote for this fine resolution submitted by Malta. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
2.
The delegate has opened themselves up to 2 points of information. If there's any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Iran and Peru, you've been recognised. Can the delegate get a mic, please?
Thank you for your speech, delegate. In what ways does the delegate suppose that the implementation of a UN sub-body will help achieve the goal that the resolution is aiming to achieve?
So, as is stated in clause 1, the UN body will help to further help with the climate migration so that they can overlook the problems that they will receive. It's also to show the urgency that we need to deal with this problem, as it is an urgent problem, and for I think the delegate thinks that it's already been stated, but all problems that we resolve now, we will not have to resolve in the future. So the implementation of this UN body will help resolve this issue faster.
We thank the delegate for their speech. Would you not agree that by providing alternate livelihoods for climate migrants, as mentioned in clause 7, will ensure that even with this ever-changing environment, people will have jobs and stability and will be able to sustain a livelihood?
Yes, the delegate does agree. This will help for them to land back up on their feet after having had these problems on the climate migration. This will help them find jobs, and also is said in other clauses that we will help them so that they can be qualified for jobs by the use of textbooks, lesson, and further implementation of lessons to help them be qualified for jobs.
Thank you, delegate. Please yield the floor to the chair. Not granted. Please yield your time to the chair.
So you don't.
And with that, we are in closed debate on this resolution as a whole. We will be entertaining one speech against this resolution. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. China, you've been recognised.
We would like to thank the delegation of Malta for submitting this resolution to GA. However, with a heavy heart, we would have to oppose this resolution for we feel there are many flaws with this resolution, starting with right at the start at clause A, subclause 1, clause 1, subclause A, which is trying to monitor that all these changes are implemented. However, it is suggested that all of these changes are to be implemented by the year 2028. Now, we have proven this in committee that there is not a single piece of evidence that suggests why this should be implemented by 2028. We do not know what challenges will arise, and they've just brought this year out of the complete blue and made an assumption that this year will be feasible. We have no idea if it is feasible, and that's not what we do in the Model UN. In clause 2,
Delegate, please come to closing remarks.
In conference 2 as well, it suggests that there is a conference to be held online. This conference is completely unfeasible, as conferences online are nowhere near as effective as conferences in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do you wish to open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
The delegate has opened this up to multiple points of information. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Oman and DPR Korea, you've been recognised.
Do you not recognize that the date of 2028 is not necessarily, we're not necessarily assuming that it will be resolved by then, but the actions taken to resolve by then will benefit us in the long run?
Yes, we agree that 2028 is probably a good date, and it is a good idea to have this date in place, but it's founded in no evidence. We need some form of evidence to suggest that this is feasible for 2028. In the United Nations, we do not make decisions based on plain assumptions, which is all this is.
Right to respond?
Not granted.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech. Would you agree that we need greater clarity around the date of implementation for it to be implemented more effectively?
Yes, we would agree. Greater clarity is very much needed in this resolution for it to be considered to be passed. One really important part of this resolution that I think lacks clarity and lacks research is clause 4, which is trying to suggest nations to sign the Paris Agreement, but this is completely useless as well, as only 3 nations in the world are still yet to sign this Paris Agreement. And the UNFCCC is always trying to get these nations to sign this agreement. Therefore, this clause is vague and it is quite frankly useless. Thank you.
Not granted due to time constraints. Delegate, please yield the floor to the chair.
So yielded.
Thank you. And with that, we will be taking one final speech for the resolution as a whole. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. France, you've been recognised. Delegates, please come to order before the delegate of France can start his speech.
Secretaries General, President of the General Assembly, chairs, delegates, admins and guests. Peace, justice, human rights and social progress. These are all core values of the United Nations under the UN Charter, and they are all also impossible to maintain for our future without addressing the issue of climate migration. The importance of this cannot be overstated, and the staggering number of people who may be displaced due to climate change, 1.2 billion, creates an undeniable imperative, both moral and practical, for us to tackle this problem effectively and urgently. Delegates, we know all too well that it is those in LEDCs who suffer the most devastating impacts of climate change, and it is these who will be forced to relocate in regions where there are already often a lack of resources and of effective public services. These regions could be overwhelmed, and conflict could very easily break out, with overcrowding of people leading to rising tensions, whether ethnic or political. Clauses 5 and 6 give member nations the resources to support these migrants, while upholding the rights of them and encouraging their social and economic integration. Furthermore, vital steps are taken to reduce displacement forced by climate change through clauses 3 and 7. In addition, Climate-displaced persons are currently very vulnerable legally, with no official status or protection under international law. This must be considered in a nuanced and productive discussion, which would balance the interests of member nations while protecting the human rights of these persons.
Delegates, please come to
as done
closing
so in
remarks.
Clause 1, Subclause B. And finally, in relation to the concerns about a timeline, would you tell the millions of people who are already being displaced by climate change and rising sea levels that a timeline is unnecessary? All of these clauses absolutely can be implemented in this
Delegate,
time
please come to closing
with the support
remarks.
of the UNCCM. Time is of the essence. We must pass this resolution now to give displaced people and the countries that they are in the support that they so vitally need. Thank you.
Do you open yourself up to any points of information?
Any and all.
If there are any such points on the floor, please raise your placards now. Tunisia, you've been recognised.
Thank you for your fine speech, Delegate. Would you not agree that addressing the problem of struggling host nations and helping host nations rehome migrants is vital to solving this issue?
Absolutely agree. Absolutely, Delegate. We believe that equal consideration must be given to all member nations, as the fact is there are LEDCs who would not have the resources to implement these protections and house these displaced people independently, and that Clause 5 and other clauses in this resolution would help them to do so. Thank you.
Not granted due to time constraints. With that, we'll be moving into voting procedure on the resolution as a whole. Admin, please take voting positions and close the doors. Delegates, please come to order before we can start voting. Thank you. Anyone wishing to vote for this resolution as a whole, please raise your placards now.
Will you write down what the admin said again? For votes.
Sorry, I didn't know what you meant. I got
Whatever's that.
Please lower all placards. Anyone wishing to vote against this resolution, please raise your placards now. Please lower all placards. And anyone wishing to abstain, please raise your placards now. With an overwhelming majority, this resolution has passed. Clapping is in order.
Yeah, he said.
You have 5 minutes break in the room before we start the Security Council resolution at 9 minutes past.
He did something other.
Maybe it's just a bonding.
Is that okay? Or should I get up?
3 days.
Oh no, why is it like this?
I know.
No, down like this.
And that'd be fine?
I need to tell you something that happened.
Sorry, I'll grab one more.
I'll tell you when I take this one.
You should see me. I'm like this.
One stage I was holding the mic and I decided to have a conversation with the Arts Council and I was just like banging against it. Why is all this noise? And then suddenly I just like put it up to my mouth, I completely forgot that it was on. And I said something into it and I was like, oh my god.
Is it okay? Like, I was like this. See, I ended up like this, which wasn't good. Zara.
Oh, yeah.
Zara, I need to tell you something.
Can I get my radio as well?
Oh!
No, you're fine. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm good now.
My jacket just come on.
Me too. I'm gonna bring it so quickly.
Why didn't you take that person off when they came with this one with just their shirt? That's not what that's just who. What even is it? Just tell the delegate this.
Is this turned on? Is this turned on? So tempting.
Delegates, can we begin to find our seats again? Apologies for the short break. Delegates, let's find some chairs. They are the big red things. James, find a chair. Delegates, let's find some chairs to sit in. We have one resolution left. Let's finish this off with a modicum of respect and dignity for ourselves. Delegates, let's find some chairs. Come on, let's sit down and come to order. Thank you. Oh, we've got a spare seat. Sir? She's doing the tick sheet. She's up. Look at us. Look at us. Security cancel for us.
Chris, we need to recreate the photo.
I wasn't smiling then, I don't think. We were so intense. No.
Because you're like
Cam, look at us. Look at all five of us here. Yeah?
All security cancels.
Yeah. Right, delegates, let's find our seats. It is somewhere. It's, I mean, no, it's, I moved it onto the desk.
I was 5 foot.
Delegates, let's find your seats. You're wasting your own time at this point. Delegates, Aaron, sit down. Delegates, let's find your seats, please, and come to order. Come on. We're nearly there. Everyone into a seat. Okay. Delegates, come on. We can find our seats. Right. Now you're all in order. Let's begin with our final resolution of the day. The resolution has been submitted by the whole Security Council, but is being made submitted by Gabon. We invite Gabon up to the podium to read out their opening speech on the resolution addressing the question of organised transnational crime. Delegates, let's come to order.
Honourable Chair, fellow delegates, esteemed guests, we, the delegation of Gabon, believe wholeheartedly that this resolution succeeds in its mission, aiming to combat, prevent and facilitate the rehabilitation of those perpetrating and falling victim to transnational organised crime. The issue is defined as coordinated crime across national borders involving groups or markets of individuals working in more than one country to plan and execute illegal business ventures. In order to achieve their goals, these criminal groups use systematic violence and corruption. This issue is a prime example of an international problem that will only improve with cooperation from all member states here today.
We wish to highlight in particular our proposed anti-money laundering initiatives, our rehabilitation centres, outreach to those deemed at risk of perpetrating organised crime, as well as means for our nations to communicate and coordinate efforts to minimise transnational organised crime. It is imperative not only to persecute those responsible, but to lay framework to rehabilitate and prevent further victims by means of educating and acceleration of scientific research for drug treatments. Our sixth clause is also crucial to progress on this issue, as it supports the work of relevant United Nations groups, as well as strengthening our respective borders. Delegates, this is something we can all agree is plaguing our nations at detriment to our citizens and national security. So we urge you to pass what is an altogether comprehensive solution, reflecting work of all members in Security Council and defining steps on our journeys in maintaining safety and security in our nations. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Lithuania, Russian Federation, and Spain.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. How will the platform address potential cybersecurity concerns to safeguard sensitive information shared by individuals and organizations?
Delegate, we thank you for your concern. We believe that this is addressed in our sixth clause. As this issue is ever evolving, we believe that this issue may be addressed in our international forum between all member states, as the issue of cybercrime is ever growing and could not be accurately expanded upon in one clause alone, but needs further adaptations facilitated by such international forum outlined in the clause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the recognition. Our question will be considering the fourth clause, which authorizes the implementation of legislation matters. Does the delegate think that by expanding the mandates of UNODC, this would be applicable for all member states present at the General Assembly?
Delegate, we would wholeheartedly agree that this would be applicable to all member states. We believe this is an issue plaguing all of our nations and requires international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Would the delegate provide insight into how the proposed measures to criminalize trafficking of persons will be enforced effectively across member states, especially considering varying legal frameworks and enforcement capabilities?
Delegate, we thank you for your point, and we believe that as this resolution facilitates the communication between all member states, it would not be an infringement of any national sovereignty, as this issue does indeed, as we've stated, require cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
We wish to yield to the delegation of the UK.
Does the Delegate of the United Kingdom accept this yield? This will be in order. Delegates, we would like to remind you that when debating this resolution submitted by the Security Council has abilities that other committees do not, and that they have legally binding power, and that they can make another nation state do something. So the question of national sovereignty in this debate will not be relevant. Please proceed with your speech.
In 2000, the UN Convention Against Transnational Crime was signed by almost all member nations. Took measurable action against the problems of the day and was widely considered a success by the international community. Yet here we are today, only 2.5 decades later, concerned with the same issue. Why is this? This is because at the time, we focused on solving the short-term problems and focused on the issue that was immediately present. We did not anticipate the future. During this debate, the floor may hear several delegates attempt to undermine this resolution with ill-thought-out argument that does not take the history of this problem into account. Well, we firmly believe that the measures set out in this resolution will not solve the problem tomorrow, nor the day after, nor the day after that. But we can assure you, in years to come from now, the world will not need to worry about this problem as we have today and over the last few days, because this resolution creates a sustainable, long-term solution that national security agencies and governments have been asking for since the mid-2010s. Why the UN has previously not listened to these calls, we do not know. But what we do know is through this resolution, we will bring about long-lasting, elastic, and adaptable solutions.
Closing remarks.
A vote for this resolution is a vote for the future of our world. A vote for this resolution is a vote that has a long-lasting impact that will last for generations and generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Greece, Brazil, and the United States of America.
Thank you for a fine speech, Delegate. But do you think that opening an online platform for this issue will be enough to spread awareness?
Delegate, we would believe that is the case.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate, and we agree on the long-term effect of this resolution. However, wouldn't you agree that this resolution fails to mention solutions for new evolving threats, which is the topic of this, which should be the topic of this resolution? In examples, particularly the issue of cybercrime, which is quickly evolving in LEDCs, countries that are victims of transnational organized crime.
Delegate, as you said, quickly evolving. This means what action we take now will not be as effective as it is now within several months or years. So for this reason, we would believe that this resolution takes better action than short-term action due to the fact that our solutions can adapt to the current situation or the situation that we see in many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. But could the delegate go into what could possibly be the ramifications of Clause 2, Subclause B, of imposing temporary restrictions for banking institutions? What exactly would come of this for civilians and the like?
Well, while we believe that it will have impacts for civilians, we believe that the value of highlighting and imposing sanctions on these banking institutions will create, one, banking institutions that are no longer related to such fraud and other cases, and two, no, we wouldn't agree.
Request to respond?
This will not be in order due to time constraints. Thank you for your speech, Delegate. How do you wish to yield?
To the chairs.
So yielded. With that, we will be moving into open debate on this resolution as a whole. This is not an opportunity to talk. Please keep decorum. If there are any such speeches for or against, please raise all placards now. Albania, you have been recognized.
Delegates, the three most popular types of organized crime are the following: drug trafficking, human trafficking, and cybercrime. Guess how many of these are mentioned in the resolution? Zero. No part of this resolution mentions on how to actually stop this. Delegates, we at the Security Council had a common goal: stop organized crime. However, delegates, this resolution fails to do so in almost every way. The only clauses we can commend happen to be Clause 1, which is an online platform, which will frankly do very little. A previous POI mentioned the effects on civilians Clause 2 will have. That we wish to stop organized crime, but what we do not wish to do is hinder civilians in their way of living. That we will now be going through the rest of the clauses. Clause 3 does not, although it does help victims, delegates, and this is in fact very important. However, none of the actual resolution tells us how to stop drug trafficking or human trafficking. Delegates, Clause 4 has the exact same issue. It helps the issues, but it does not stop. Clause 5 states delegates in the exact words, urges member states to take steps in addressing the root causes of transnational organised crime. Delegates, the very first subclause is prioritising support for vulnerable populations, including but not limited to women, children, refugees, internally displaced persons who are disproportionately affected. Affected people are not the root cause, they're the people who are affected by it. Delegates, clause A, prioritising support for vulnerable apologies. Clause B, building
Closing
schools.
remarks, please, delegate.
The average age of organised crime is 32. Delegates, clause C, big guns does not solve big problem, delegates. That's simply, we cannot just give military equipment or equipment to polices and expect them to solve it. And delegates, finally, very quickly, clause 6, every single subclause in subclause 6 is already mentioned in the resolution. We urge you to ask POIs if you wish more questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, delegate. Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now in a calm and respectful manner. China, Switzerland, and both Koreas. You have been recognized. We'll start geographically from the north, the Koreas.
Yeah, China.
We thank the delegate for their fine speech, and furthermore, would the delegate of Albania not agree that this res misses out on a lot of essential components that a res on tackling organised crime should encapsulate?
Delegates, we wholeheartedly agree. As we previously mentioned, this clause does not mention drug trafficking, arms trafficking, anything about law enforcement corruption and bribery, cybercrime, and nothing about researching and actually tackling new problems of transnational crime. This resolution is a half resolution, and we at the United Nations do not settle for half resolutions. Thank you, delegate.
Would the delegate not agree that clauses 4 and 5 claim to address the root causes of the problem, but surprisingly completely fails to do so?
Yes, delegate, we wholeheartedly agree. We previously had an amendment and a clause submitted by, we believe it was the delegation of Switzerland, which addressed human trafficking. However, some nations decided to veto it. You can guess which ones. Thank you. Both Koreas.
Thank you, delegate, for your speech. You mentioned big guns do not solve big crimes. But if not by force, how do you plan to prevent such crimes?
Delegate, we do not say that this problem should not be tackled by force, but merely giving these the policing forces more and better equipment does not take account that these police forces could be easily bribed, especially if these are less developed or developing nations such as LEDCs. We simply do not think that just giving these forces better weapons and better equipment is going to solve the issue like that, delegates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegates, there are still points of information on the floor.
Thank you for your lovely speech, delegate. But would you not agree that supplying police with military-level arms would create a divide between them and the local population?
Delegate, we heartedly agree, and as we previously stated, this does not mention which policing forces, and it is, if we were to give these weapons to policing forces that are corrupt or could be easily bribed, we have a situation where it's not transnational organised crime, it's the police which could lead to police brutality or just a general outbreak in the nation. We thank you for your POI, delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, delegate. How do you wish to yield?
Would be in order to... Objection.
Sorry, the chair did not hear that motion. What is it? This will not be in order due to time constraints. Thank you. How do you wish to yield?
Would it be in order to yield to the delegation of China?
Unfortunately, this will also not be in order due to time constraints. Please yield your time to the chair. Delegates, we would like to remind you to keep order on the floor and just be quiet and respectful. We're almost at the end of debate, so let's be polite for this last little bit and enjoy some good debate. With that, we will be moving into open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there's anyone wishing to make a speech for or against, please raise all placards now. Israel, you have been recognized. Delegates, can we please keep order on the floor? Thank you. Delegates, order means quiet, not whispers.
Honourable chairs and fellow delegates, it is of the utmost importance for not only the State of Israel, but also the UN as a whole to address the pressing issue of transnational crime. We desperately needed action, and it's with a heavy, heavy heart that we recognise that this resolution does not give us this. As brought up by our very own brother in Albania, we need a resolution which mentions cybercrime, mentions law enforcement corruption, which mentions drug trafficking, and which mentions arms trafficking. This resolution does not mention one of them. And yes, while it does mention human trafficking in Clause 4, it doesn't do anything to stop it. Human trafficking is already illegal in every member nation. Yes, we do admit that Clause 4 does aid in helping victims of human trafficking. However, it's 2024. We must try to stop human trafficking. This resolution doesn't even attempt to do this, delegates. This resolution, apologies, this resolution doesn't even attempt to solve all of the human rights violations that human trafficking violates. Instead, it puts a plaster on the horrific consequences that these violations present. We must protect people, delegates, not just help them. Even in a clause with the expressed aim of tackling the root of transnational crime, delegates, Clause 5, it again goes back to helping the victims. Delegates, of course, it's important to provide protection to victims, but we should be focusing on stopping people becoming victims in the first place. We cannot pass this resolution with all of these basic and obvious flaws, and we would oppose you to do the same. Thank you very much, delegates.
Thank you. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If you would like to raise your placards quietly, please do so now. Malta, Italy, and Sweden.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. However, would you not agree that by targeting money laundering in Clause 2, this effectively targets the funding of such organised crime, such as human trafficking, drug trafficking, and arms trafficking?
Delegate, we would admit that Clause 2 is a plus to the overall resolution. However, simply cutting off, or it's not a guarantee. It's a good step, and it won't completely solve the problem. You can't just say, oh, we'll do something against money laundering, and then poof, we're finished. Otherwise, the other clauses wouldn't need to be necessary in the first place, Delegate.
Oh, thank you, Delegate. Italy fully agrees with your statement. And does the delegate believe that militarizing the police will not do anything, as can seen in America, where the siege of Waco, Texas, and Ruby Ridge are just some of the incidents of police brutality that has negatively affected the population?
Delegate, we would wholeheartedly agree with you. Militarizing the police, or apologies, arming the police, while at face value seems a good thing, so that you can take crime. If anything, it just presents a challenge to transnational crime to up their game when it comes to illicit arms trafficking, which we'd like to say the resolution combated, but obviously they did not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. But wouldn't you agree that because of a complete lack of any actual solution for the question of current transnational organised crime, that this resolution is near completely pointless?
We'd wholeheartedly agree that had the question been to do with rehabilitating victims of transnational crime, we would be speaking very much in favour. However, as you brought up, it doesn't tackle the problem whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Please yield your time to the chair.
Sorry.
With that, we will be moving back into open debate on this resolution as a whole. If there are any speeches for or against, please raise all placards now. Slovakia, you've been recognized.
Delegates, as other delegates have already said, this resolution is a mess.
It says it tackles transnational organized crime, yet makes no mention of the illegal arms trade, has a single subclause mentioning the drug trade, and only barely mentions human trafficking. What kind of resolution is this, where major parts of the question are simply omitted and ignored? Frankly, it is a miracle that this has passed the Security Council. Simply tackling the consequences of a problem without actually tackling the problem itself is no way to solve something. This is why we will be voting against this resolution and urge each and every one of you to do the same.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all.
Delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on... If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. France, India, and Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Delegate, for your concerns regarding this resolution. However, would you not agree that there are entire clauses relating to the drug trade, specifically stopping people from becoming involved in the drug trade to begin with, thus resulting in a far more effective resolution of this issue in the long term?
Thank you for your question, Delegate, but telling people not to join the drug trade does not remove the drug trade that is already existing and already causing harm to people and nations alike. So we do not agree with you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine and excellent speech. Doesn't the Delegate agree that this resolution is useless as it doesn't even tackle or touch the root and the cause of the problem and what is the main cause of the problem?
Yes, thank you for your question, Delegate. We wholeheartedly agree. As I have previously stated, a resolution that ignores major parts of the question it is supposed to answer is not a good resolution and therefore should not be passed.
Do you not believe that the immediate addressal of the issues mentioned are so important that simply failing this resolution is excessive, and do you not see a point in solving something through this conference rather than nothing?
Yes, we wholeheartedly agree.
This will not be an order due to time constraints. I'm as disappointed as you are. Thank you. Please yield your time to the chair. We will be entering into closed debate now on this resolution as a whole, entertaining one speech in favour and one speech against this resolution. If there are any such speeches in favour, please raise all placards now. Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Dear delegates, today the General Assembly is gathered to address a pressing global issue that knows no borders and respects no boundaries: transnational organized crime. As we engage into this intricate topic, it is crucial to acknowledge its context. This resolution we entertain has highly crucial operative clauses like 5 and 6, which emphasizes once again how collaboration of member states with relevant US bodies could mediate the situation by organizing conventions. These clauses focus on areas like protecting markets, promoting anti-crime strategies, and control customs. Even though the resolution as a whole seems insufficient in terms of security, we believe it perfectly addresses the root causes and paves the way for furthermore potential solutions to be made in the future in terms of security, borders, and passages. Concerning the topics, broad range of issues and solutions, we believe this resolution also engaged to furthermore make member states consider the outcomes of such developments. The passage of this resolution would enhance the evaluation of overcoming such an emergency situation and physical intervention. As the situation of organized crimes deteriorates gradually, we will be declaring a halt by restricting the activities of such criminal organizations. We encourage all the member states to reconsider the context of the resolution and vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to POIs?
Yes, we do, any and all.
Delegates open themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Belgium, Ukraine, Chile, and the UAE.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the resolution ensure the online platform under the UNODC will be accessible for countries with limited internet infrastructure or resources?
Delegates, can we please give speakers the respect they deserve when they're speaking and not talk over them? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the resolution ensure the online platform under the UNODC will be accessible for countries with limited internet infrastructure or resources?
Well, Delegate, thank you for your question. We believe that this internet platform will be provided to governments that are in threats of not having a secure internet connection will be provided to them.
Thank you.
Delegate, don't you find it ironic that you speak of respecting and secure borders when your country does not respect other borders?
Well, delegates, we highly advise you to not bring up other conflicts, as today's agenda we have is transnational organized crime, and we do respect our borders and we do respect our country's internal affairs. Thank you.
Right to reply?
This will be granted.
May the
Could the delegate please repeat or rephrase their response?
Well, delegates, we understand what you mean, and we highly advise you to not bring up other conflicts today, because we have a highly important agenda, which is transnational organized crime. And in the transnational organized crime, we highly respect the borders, and we assume you are referring to the war with the Ukraine right now. However, the conflict that we have between your country isn't on the agenda, and please do not intervene into Russia's internal affairs and border security. Thank you.
Delegates, let's maintain decorum. Let's maintain decorum.
We find it entirely hypocritical that you talk about transnational crime organizations when you yourself acts as a fuck.
It's all right. We all make mistakes. It's okay. Do you wish to rescind that POI?
Yeah, kind
Okay,
of.
perfect. We will continue on with the points of information with the next one coming from...
Thank you for the speech, Delegate. Regarding Clause 6, Subclause E, aren't these measures already in practice? How do you suggest the solution differ from the existing ones?
Well, Delegate, thank you for your question. Yes, these border control improvements have been made and practiced. However, we believe that by emphasizing this more, we are taking into consideration countries with low border control applications, such as South American and South African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for that speech. However, we were wondering where the root causes are stated in the resolution, as well as the solutions to these causes.
Well, Delegate, thank you. We believe that the root causes in the resolution are stated with the solutions itself. For example, when we are actually making an international forum in Geneva, Switzerland, we are actually once again emphasizing the fact that the Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime is a thing and it should be recognized by all states. This convention primarily focuses on border security and what goes in and goes out from the countries internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you. Please yield your time to the chair.
Our time is yielded back to the chair.
Thank you. With that, we will be entertaining one speech against this resolution, one brief speech. If there are any such speeches on the floor, when everyone's quiet, please raise all placards now. Poland, you have been recognized. Delegates, if we could try to maintain decorum for the remaining part of debate. We are almost at the end of GA for today, so let's try and keep it together for then. That means reduce the noise.
Dear delegates, while this resolution has good sentiment behind it, we are afraid that this resolution should not be passed by the GA, as it lacks clarity, it is incredibly vague on multiple topics, and it does not mention or name any more popular organized crime and how to get rid of it. Instead, it mentions vague methods for which we can educate the people on certain other organized crimes. These organized crimes either not being as important. In any case, this resolution is, well, to conclude, this resolution is incredibly vague and shouldn't be passed by the GA.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. Do you open yourself up to any POIs?
Any and all?
The delegate has opened themselves up to any and all POIs. If there are any such points on the floor, please raise all placards now. Kuwait, Jordan, and Malta.
Thank you, Delegate, for your fine speech. But would you not agree that the resolution as a whole may have some vague aspects, but Clause 1 especially is not vague, as it states thoroughly media online platform in every way that it should?
Thank you, Delegate, for the excellent point. We do agree that Clause 1 definitely is not vague. However, we believe that a media platform is a weak method of combating organized crime.
Since the delegate disagrees so strongly, does the delegate have a proposed alternative solution to the question?
Since we are debating in the General Assembly, an alternative cannot be proposed and cannot be passed. That it is too late for that.
Thank you for your speech, Delegate. However, would you not agree that public awareness is essential to the long-term breakdown of organised crime?
The delegate agrees and believes that there is already quite a bit of public awareness on these organized crimes.
Right to reply?
Granted.
You spoke against this online platform. However, would you not agree that this ensures the facilitation of public awareness?
Yes, the delegate believes that it ensures public awareness. However, we believe that it is a pretty weak method of combating organized crime. We believe that there should have been better solutions proposed by the Security Council for this resolution to be passed.
Thank you for your speech. Please yield your time to the chair. This will not be in order due to multiple objections and time constraints. You can't second my motion, respectfully. Please yield your time to the chair. With that, if admin could suspend note passing, secure the doors, and assume voting positions, we will, for the last time, be voting on a resolution for SAIMUN 2024.
What part of secure the doors? Go and secure the doors. Come on, guys.
I'm not stupid. I'm like slightly.
Someone coming through that door. Oh no. I'm gonna go out through that door. No. It's not like they're. Secure the door.
Delegates, let's come to order, please. Delegates. Delegates, come on now. Okay. Okay, delegates. All those wishing to vote in favor, please raise your placards high now. Delegates, keep the placards raised high and keep order on the floor during voting procedures. Perfect. Please lower all placards. All those wishing to vote against. No, that's Aaron's job. Get rid of it. Please lower all placards. Lower all placards. There we go. Delegates, can we just stay focused for a few more minutes? Thank you. Any abstentions on the floor? Any more? Any higher bids? We've got 3. Well done, Germany, UAE, and Belgium. You can lower your placards now. Due to a small number of abstentions and a majority against this resolution, it has not passed. Clapping is not in order. Clapping is not in order. However, we will entertain clapping for getting through a full day of GA. Well done, everyone. Okay, delegates. Closing ceremony will begin at 4 o'clock, so make sure you are sitting back here before 4 o'clock.
I tried my level bestest.
Is this you?
What?
We clear the tables all place. And I'm going to get more water in there as well. I'm not sure if Mr. Quinn, it could be Mr. McCall to say. Right, so here's what's happening.
Can I fix this?
That's fine, just leave it, it's fine. No, don't you worry, we'll organise that. I'm up before Zara, so don't you worry. You sit down there now. Just tie the table, thank you, Anna. Very good. Okay, so I do a lot of thanks first, okay?
Okay.
So a lot of thanks here, a lot of thanks. Huh? That's fine, that's fine. So I do a lot of thanks, a lot of thanks, a lot of thanks. She's going to speak. Okay, then they're going to do, then when we start presenting these, we're going to give these, so I'll show you we're giving key rings to the admin staff. If you want to come in and start giving them out as well, now, a few of us will give them out at the same time. We'll be there all day otherwise. Student officer pens, again, you can come in and start having to give them out, and maybe Dr. either Gary, myself, yourself to give those out. All this, that's all thank yous. Now, are you Dublin? What are you? Because Justin's both. I know, I'm not sure which one you were now.
So I use both.
That's fine, that's fine. I'm sorry, because I never know. Some parents, because he's both, so it often has to come from one parent. I never know. That's what I'm saying. I want to ask that, okay? That's now. If you want, do you want to say anything?
No, I'm happy just to hand the awards if you're happy.
You sure?
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's right. I leave that there. And that. You want to say, like, we're delighted to be here on behalf of the PTA and stuff like that, but then it goes straight to the awards. Now the awards, you'll be sitting down here now. So what's going to happen is I need to get the awards up here. There's two major awards numbers. To make it a lot easier. Too many could be analysts. So, can I get two of the black slips? Two black slips. They're going to sit there. If you want to, it might give it a segue in there, if that makes sense. Because then you stay standing if you want to at that point, stand. And at that point, when you finish that, Chris will then go straight to the awards.
Okay.
What's on your pocket? Good man. I missed it, but I'll look at it later. I'm not going to lie and tell you I saw it. I'm sure it was amazing. You've been amazing all week, so I'm sure it was. Well done. He has been great all week. He's great.
Hi, how are you?
Or maybe 7, not sure. Maybe 5 minutes in my car. He's never going with
Really is.
Can admin please return all microphones? Admin, please return all microphones.
So the photograph is generally taken somewhere around about here, if that makes sense.
Okay. So I basically, all I would do is just do it right here.
Delighted to support you anyway. Great for that, yeah. Because I mentioned you twice for the awards, and then you're also, because you also sponsored the end of year dinner, and then it's just hand them out to them as well there. So when they come up, so there'll be 2 groups coming up. They don't know who they are yet. That's the award list there. That's kept the other pocket. You see when you get that out. You're down one. Chris, you're in here. Chris is here. You're here. This microphone goes down more than that. Like that. So wrap it the whole way. Wrap it up.
Listen, we'll be on holiday tomorrow anyway. Thanks for coming.
Let me know that you can give me a bigger delegation. I'll give you an information. I'm trying to keep it next delegation. One thing, are you working on over different?
My advisor is
email me. You have my email, don't you? Please email me directly. Thank you so much, darling. You've been brilliant. I really appreciate that. Super. Oh yeah. You're just beside me.
There was supposed to be a second copy upstairs.
Okay, we now. Exactly. Yeah. It starts with him.
Yeah.
That's your list of awards there. That's the order you call the exec team members to present in, okay? You've got to stand up and you can do yours from here if you want to.
Yeah.
Or do you want to do it at the podium?
Podium.
Yeah.
With the OD, the HC and the OD from here. How are we not sitting beside each other?
Delegates, can we take your seats, please?
No, sit beside each other because then even the final.
Delegates, can we take your seats, please? Thank you very much. Can all delegates please take their seats? Thank you. Can we get all admin staff down the side? All delegates please take their seats. Thank you very much. We're about to begin closing ceremonies.
No, I like it then.
You go up to the podium for Security Council.
We're doing each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the order of committee.
Love.
So you're last, so you can like.
Wait, fuck. I don't have the awards.
No,
We have
the
the
awards are after this. Individual. No. So these are the committee. Individual, you kind of know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where.
Okay.
And then we have like.
Can I keep these?
Yeah, well, not. Well, that, yeah.
Because I'm going to be calling them up as well. Yeah. So you take these.
Okay. We're about to just begin closing ceremonies. Secretaries General, President of the General Assembly, student officers, staff administration, press and IT, delegates, advisors, colleagues and guests. Welcome to our closing ceremony. We're going to open closing ceremony with a piece of music sung by two of our deputy heads of admin, Grace Desmond and Lucy O'Toole. They're going to sing I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. So Lucy and Grace, please. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we dedicate this song to the fact that we couldn't think of a song. Thank you.
I have climbed highest mountains, I have run through the fields only to be with you, only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, these city walls, only to be with you. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the feeling in her fingertips. It burned like a fire, this burning desire. I have spoke tongue of angels, I have held hand of the devil. It was warm in the night, I was cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I believe that kingdom come, then all the colors will bleed into one, bleed into one. But yes, I'm still running. You broke the bonds and you lose the chains, carried the cross of my shame, of my shame. You know I believe it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Thank you again, Lucy and Grace, for what a wonderful performance. They may feel they still haven't found, but they're looking forward to school. We've really found some talented students, and they're just some of them. So to them, to the singers at the opening ceremony, I want to say congratulations to them all. Now, in the opening ceremony on Tuesday, I asked you to push yourselves outside your comfort zone. I'm delighted to say from my perspective you did that, and this is only superlatives. You've been brilliant. You did raise that placard. You did engage. You did speak out. What's more, you did in the right manner, respecting each other, your school, the conference, and most importantly, yourselves. As I said at the opening ceremonies, as MUN directors, we do have an interest in the United Nations. We do have an interest in global affairs, but our biggest interest is you, our students. And what we see this week, and I'm very fortunate, people ask me about my job as teaching. Well, the jobs as teachers we get is to see you in this growth zone. And we saw this week, I saw from my perspective, and I'm talking to my colleagues from other schools, is how you've developed during this week. And that's because of what you've put into this. So I really want to commend all of you, whether it's the delegates, admin, press, ICT, student officers, everything you've done this week, you've improved yourself. And you've done it in that respectful manner to other people. So I think you all deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Now, there are quite a few thank yous. An event like this doesn't happen without people to thank, and I think it's important we do thank people. So, firstly, as I just mentioned, the students, because MUN is, and Mr. Keeble Elliott from Royal Russell and myself debate over this, who came up with it first, of the students, for the students, and by the students. So well done to yourselves for that. There's a group of people I think you need to say thank you to, and that's very important, particularly for those who've travelled other schools, is your parents and advisors. A lot of money was spent by a lot of people to come here. And a lot of that, some of you have earned in jobs, but some of that you've got from home. You're very lucky to get that from home as well. So I think it's very important you do thank your parents this evening. If it wasn't for your advisors, you couldn't come here. So again, it's a really important group, and we do enjoy this, but we also sometimes they like that little bit of gratitude as well at the end to say thank you to them. So make sure you do that as well afterwards. As delegates, you get to participate in lobbying committee and GA, and for this to work, there's a large number of students working in the background. I want to thank all the IT, press and admin staff. When you do your job well, it may go unnoticed. I have noticed you and the Trojan work you do. Specifically for during the week with an amazing quiz on Tuesday night, I want to thank Ava and Teresa for doing that. I think we had a lot of fun here, to be honest. Those who were here, I think, enjoyed themselves. Now to our very capable head of ICT, Max Grogan. He's over here. There you are, Max. This is actually Max's first experience of MUN, and you wouldn't think that at all because everything's run smoothly around him. So we're only going to get better and better. We're looking forward to what he's going to bring with us in the future as well, Max, so thank you for that. We've had actually wonderful additions to the delegate published this week, and I think we've had a fantastic press team. They've actually been a nice, small, compact press team. The one thing we talked about at the advisor meeting today was we weren't welcoming people to join our press team. But the press team we had, which was run by Miss Hickey, but actually the students who did all this, we have our head of press here taking our photograph still, Anna Plunkett, and Liche is as well here, and the rest of the press team will say thank you very much for everything you've done as well. Well done, Anna. We've had the role, we've now devised a role. Head of administration wasn't sufficient, so we have a role of 2 chief operating officers, and between them, they've taken everything that wasn't what the committee chairs have done. And one of the key roles they took on, they started taking it last year, this year, was the running of the entire resolution process. That used to be a far more unwieldy process until Rosie Gunn has come along and streamlined that. So Rosie is one of our chief operators. I say thank you to you. Where's Rosie? Thank you. And to her co-chief operating officer, Ciara Murphy, also behind me here. Who oversaw all the admin staff in the rooms and even around the shop in her little spare time as well there. which is still open afterwards for those who want to get their last minute hoodies, apparently. I have to tell Kira said say that. Yes, there you are.
The jumpers are great. I really recommend.
Now, they were also ably assisted by their deputies. We've just heard Lucy and Grace, and there's also Mia and Amy as well. So they deserve a large round of applause as well. Thank you to them. I'm now going to call up. We're going to have, so one of the things, we're very fortunate to have our PTA sponsor this event, and we have our chair of the PTA. I'll introduce you later on. But one of the things the PTA have done over the last few years is they've got tokens for all of our students involved. So the first thing we're going to do is we have a small token for all the admin, press, and IT staff, not the student officers, those who did that. So I'm going to ask now Miss Quinn and Miss Hickey to give those out. So if you have your admin, press, or IT staff anywhere in the room, just please come up here and you'll be given a small token there. Just come up here to the top. Just walk up. Yeah, girls, come on. This way. You're going to walk across the front here. Just take one each. A round of applause to all of those students as well done. We're very fortunate to have a venue like the Royal Marine Hotel. And it is a great venue to hold our conference in. This is our 16th year. This hotel also doesn't run without people involved as well. So I want to say a special thank you to the General Manager, Colin Brown, his management staff, including Alex, who was taking care of us all week, Roman, who did most of the lifting and moving everything in the room, and Ashley and Shirley for all the work they did beforehand this week. So to Royal Marine, thank you very much. In 2002, when I started MUN, we were in Jury's Hotel. And I remember going down the back of Jury's Hotel and meeting somebody at the back who was lugging lots of boxes around. And that person's been with our MUN ever since. And I'd imagine they could probably give this speech here. It's very important to acknowledge Mr. Vinnie Osborne here as well, who's done all the sound all week, organised the PA systems, and just generally troubleshoots for us as well. So I think we have technical at that. Vinnie's always here. So a huge round of applause to Vinnie. Thank you. One thing I talked about at the teacher meeting today is as a school, we're really lucky to have support from the entire community in Andrews. We have mentioned the PTA. We also have here the chair of the board of our governors and management, Miss Hilary Rebecca McCown. So I want to say thank you to you as well, and our principal, Mr. McAuliffe. We also have back in St. Andrews College our full senior leadership team of Mr. Schuster, Mrs. Keddy, Miss Carol, and Miss Costigan. I think they all deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you very much for your support. I get to stand here and sort of take a lot of the limelight up here, but there's actually quite a few other colleagues, and you would have seen them all week. We started off the week this week with a great presentation by Mr. Quinn. We've had Dr. Carter then take care of our admin staff. Mr. Quinn then worked all the way through the approval panel, all the resolutions, everything you saw coming through there was through him. Miss Hickey's ran the press, and not just the press, we've also been very lucky to have her on the trips as well this year. And then we also had here Mr. Fahy, Miss Jones, and Mr. Doyle here as well this week. They deserve a round of applause. There's a very special staff member who, without them, this really wouldn't happen. That's Miss Rana. Miss Rana is the first port of call for all of the teachers from other schools. She's the first port of call now for our student office when they want something done in MUN. She's the first port of call for me in the hotel to get anything organised at all. So I want to say a huge thank you to Poonam, to Miss Rana for everything you've done. Thank you so much. We'll actually have, we're very lucky as a school as well, because the PTA, apart from sponsoring this part of the event, also sponsored an end of year dinner for us as well for MUN. So we'll be recognising all of you guys as well at that property as well. Thank you. The next group of people I want to thank is the committee chairs who marshal to all of you in committee every day. To facilitating marvellous lobbying to the smooth running of debate, thank you. Special thank you to the visiting chairs. We're very lucky to have some very talented visiting chairs this week. To those from other schools, I said to teachers tomorrow, we're also looking for more visiting chairs. I like to have half my chairs from other schools if possible. So we like to have 4 chairs in the committee, 2 from other schools. So if you're sitting here and thinking, I may want to come back next year, you're in 4th, you're going to 5th year, you're in 5th, you're going to 6th year, please don't hesitate to apply. And this doesn't mean we have chairs applying this week whose schools are not delegates. That's not a problem. If you've been involved in MUN, you have a track record here, please don't hesitate to apply to be student officers as well. That'll all be through Miss Rana as well next year. But what I'd like to do now is, we had a lovely dinner last night for the student officers, and I gave them a nice meal. That's not all I want to give them. So anybody who was at that last night, I'd like them to be called up, please. I'm going to present them with another token of the thanks from ourselves and our Parents Association. So can I have the student officers up here now, please? Thank you. You got the old ones. Yeah, you go back now. Please do go back that way. Thank you, well done. That was brilliant. You made this fun. Thank you here for this one. Anyway. Thank you very much, Sinead, for everything. Okay. Come on. Mia. Sorry, there's more here. That's Mia. I want to say now, find the executive team. You're the ones who've run this conference. You perform your jobs wonderfully. Behind us here, we have the whole some here, and some here, the executive team. To the President of the General Assembly, Christopher Lane, the Deputy President of the General Assembly, Hugh Brownlee, who've ensured everything ran on time, both in opening ceremonies and General Assembly. To our Joint Secretaries General, Zara Griffin, Anna Moore, Deputy Secretary General, Elsa McAuliffe, Amelia Flanagan. Your consummate professorship, leadership and expertise have been a great support, and they made this conference what it is this week. We've had an absolute, truly wonderful week. I'm now going to ask one of our Co-Secretary Generals, Zara Griffin, to come up and make her speech.
Fellow Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, honourable chairs and esteemed delegates and guests, it is my honour to be standing before you this evening as your Secretary General. It is daunting to think that I'm not just standing before a group of young people dressed in suits, play acting as diplomats, but rather the future of our society. People say it all the time, but I can't say that I've accepted the depth of what that means. As I voted in our referendum for my first time a couple of weeks ago, it did feel odd to think that that was the beginning of my part in our responsibility of ensuring that we are living in an equitably developing society. If I ask you to think of something today that is accepted now in today's generation that wasn't accepted in times past, even just within the past 20 years, I'm sure that something springs to mind. Perhaps if I went around the room, I could make a list longer than 2 pages and definitely well over 20 clauses of those different things. My point is that we do not know if what we stand to believe is correct today will still be supported in generations to come. And for that reason, we cannot bring up generations, as has been done in the past, that believe that simply one code of conduct is correct. We must learn to listen to one another. Listening to other people's views on life is one of the fundamentals that our society cannot function without. Without listening to one another, we cannot possibly hope to develop equitably. We, for example, are completely different. I come from my family and you come from yours. What makes up my system of morals does not make up yours. Take politics in Ireland, for example. For personal reasons, there may be a political party whose policies that do not align with what I would vote for. However, just because I have that opinion and you may not agree, does not mean that either of us must be wrong. And I hope that at the very least, MUN has taught you that. We often say that we're changing and becoming a more open and liberal society, and certainly in many ways we are. But we haven't necessarily changed our black and white outlook on what is and isn't right. We have to be willing to listen to each other's opinions and at least try to collaborate and empathise with one another. There's a well-known African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child. This is intricately entwined with this idea of listening. Let me give you some statistics. Over a third of all marriages end in divorce. At least 1 in 4 women are subjected to some sort of violence from a current or former partner. And approximately 68% of women and 57% of men with mental health problems are parents. Mental illnesses, substance abuse and addiction problems, physical illness, domestic violence, poverty, insecure housing, and war put a huge number of people, especially children, in extremely vulnerable positions every day. These problems regularly become accumulative, one problem cascading to another, and thus begins a vicious cycle which often takes generations to break. Look around the room. If you haven't personally experienced any of these problems, the people beside you probably have. No matter how good or bad a family's morals are, regardless of their socioeconomic position, a child must be brought up in a village. Why? Well, if a child spends their whole childhood in a little bubble, they grow up believing that that is what is right. And as a result, they struggle to have empathy for others. To be part of a community means meeting other people who don't look or talk or act exactly like you do. It means that your beliefs and morals are challenged, and that it means that each little child grows up in a society that values being good to one another. I hope that over the last 4 days, you've become part of this community. Despite the news that floods our screens every day, I genuinely believe that this world that we live in is a wonderful place. However, I also know that that's not a given, that's a choice. The poet Ferlinghetti writes in one of his poems, "The world is a beautiful place to live in, if you don't mind happiness always not being so very much fun." The cynics of this world will argue that the world is not a beautiful place, and in all fairness, they have a point. It's not wonderful that there are people who cannot function without narcotics flowing through their veins. It's not wonderful that there are wars raging in every corner of the world. And it's not wonderful that millions of people live without access to their basic human rights. But unfortunately, all of that is as natural as the little lambs born in the springtime, as the tides that ebb and flow, and as the leaves that change colour and fall to the ground in the autumn. Sadly, as long as people live amongst one another, wars will rage, and the ocean will claim lives, and the children will be so hungry that every single bone in their body is visible. But what is wonderful is that young people like us choose to be here, debating the problems of today. It's wonderful that we want it to be better, that we want a ceasefire. We want food so that there's no need for greed or hunger. We want a planet to heal so that the effects of climate change will reverse. We want man to live in harmony with one another. And because of all that, we see a value on being here, collaborating and connecting with one another. When I look at it that way, this world that we live in is a wonderful place. I cannot know what it's like to be you, and I wouldn't expect you to understand what it's like to be me. Part of the reason why the future is so unknown is that it's so very difficult to know how we're going to react to the stimuli in our environment. There will undoubtedly be news and information that will emerge in our future that will cause us to question what we think we already know. But remember, the only time that that's a problem is when we obstinately refuse to change and adapt. We cannot teach the children of tomorrow what is right and what is wrong in a black and white manner. We must learn and by example teach our children what it means to listen to one another and the importance of being open to other people's views in life, regardless of whether or not you agree with them. As this conference comes to a close, I hope that you've each spoken to someone new. You will undoubtedly meet new people as you move on from here, and make sure to listen to them, because you've got just as much to learn from them as they have to learn from you. As the old Irish saying goes, Ní Nearca Curla Kayla, there's no strength without unity. I hope that whether you've come from far or from near, that you make it home safe. Tor Aradit Fain, take care of yourself. And with that, for my very final time, I yield the floor back to the President of the General Assembly.
See, it's moments like that with Zara and an opening ceremony that give me this great joy to be a teacher, and I really want to. It's hard to express that. I think the only people probably more proud at the moment are her parents sort of sitting up here watching. So well done, Zara. Now, We're having our second music piece, and this is slightly experimental, what I'm going to do now. So some people may be aware what's going to happen, and I'm going to need two helpers as well here, because this is something that might involve everybody here. So what I'm going to ask you to do here is to potentially stand up, push your chair in, and Ciara and Niamh, please come over here. And I think we know if Vinny, you can start that now, because they're timing. Follow Ciara and Niamh. Follow Ciara and
Doodin dodin, ruttin jak a hall, meg a lick it in the grass like a wee marriage there. Doodin dodin, ruttin jak a hall, meg a lick it in the grass like a wee marriage there. Doodin dodin, ruttin jak a hall, meg a lick it in the grass like a wee marriage there. Doodin dodin, ruttin jak a hall, meg a lick it in the grass like a wee marriage there. Stilin prima grolin istid hil majorin Noira wala kati sitchi shi sonar Kibike mia ashta khahane kara tashto Ke khitqvit chi basad men hassel en ti Mar bakken al magneton the sovereign de shago
Okay. That's what I meant. At least you got noticed. She had no idea. Okay, thank you for that there now. I think you all enjoyed that. It's very good. So one thing I said at the beginning of MUN is you should enjoy yourself a bit of fun as well. So it's nice that you all got to join in that in the closing ceremony. We're now coming back to we're about to start into the awards bit. Now, we go to different conferences throughout the year, and one we go to every year is Royal Russell, which is in the UK, in London, and a lot of the other schools here go as well. They've quite a long waiting list from Ireland, I believe. But at the awards every year, I talk to my students beforehand, and I say, first of all, is the awards are not defining you this week. There's not an infinite amount of awards. There's not an award for every student, and I think you yourselves have to look inside you and say, what award do I feel I've received this week? Because the awards are given by the students. They choose them. They look at the individual awards. That doesn't reflect on people. So every now and again we talk about should we even have awards because we don't like the idea of disappointment. Our third year head had an assembly recently about the results, and he said you have to earn the right to be disappointed. But I think for all of you here, and something I've got to think about, you have to earn the right to be disappointed. I think for all of you here, you have earned that right. So for those of you not getting awards, I'm sorry for disappointed. You have earned the right to be disappointed, but I'm sorry I can't give everyone an award. I'm now going to hand over, so I'm going to now present Miss Duggan Evers, who's going to present her awards. We're again so lucky to have supported the PTA. Apart from supporting all their own students, they support MUN hugely as well. Suzanne, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Suzanne Duggan Evers, and I am currently the chairperson of the St Andrews PTA. So I'm just going to say a few very brief words, and before we start handing out the awards. There's really nothing that I could possibly say that hasn't been said far more incredibly and eloquently already today. It's the last 4 days, just phenomenal. I would like just to acknowledge. I'm just going to make sure I'm calling everyone the right names. So the two Secretaries General, Anna and Zara, you were just phenomenal. So congratulations and well done. Absolutely just wonderful. Yeah. And also to Chris, the President of our General Assembly, I think also phenomenal today. I think Chris might have a career in radio or something with that smooth voice. There was just, he was super duper. So also just to acknowledge Hilary McGowan-Rabbit, who is the chairperson of our Board of Governors, who's here with us today, and it's wonderful to have Hilary here. And also to the principal of St Andrew's College, Mr. Rob McAuliffe, who is here today as well, just to acknowledge your presence. I have been informed, I hope I have my statistics right, that there are 17 schools here today, 17 visiting schools representing 53 countries. So isn't that just amazing? I think that is absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. And so to the teachers, to the staff of all of those schools who've given up your time to be here supporting your students, thank you and well done. You deserve a big round of applause. And then I'm going to stop now so that you can all get your awards. But lastly, and I think really importantly, to acknowledge all of the staff of St Andrew's College who have made this event possible. And in particular to Mr. Hare, who is the director of MUN. I think they deserve a huge round of applause. The St Andrews PTA provides some financial support towards today. It's a small amount because it's a hugely expensive event to run, but we are delighted to provide that support. But also we are delighted to be part of something that Zara referred to community earlier, and that it takes a village to raise a child. And the PTA are so delighted to be part of the St Andrews community and to support all the amazing things that you as our students do. And we're so very, very proud of you. So thank you and well done.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. I'm going to ask Hugh Brownlee just to present you with a token of our gratitude as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now going to yield my time also to the President of the General Assembly, Chris, to start the award ceremony.
Thank you very much. Thank you, delegates. Just before we do this, we would like you to pass all your placards and the wooden bases down to the admin at the end of each of the tables. And for all of you lovely Andrews students and admin, you all have to remain behind at the end. It's for photos, don't worry. Andrews students only. Hey, I got a list. Okay, delegates. Thank you. We're going to begin with the Distinguished Delegate Awards. We will go by committee. As your name is called or your country, please stand and you will receive a round of applause. Your Distinguished Delegate certificate will then be sent out to you in the post. I will ask the member of exec team representing each committee to come up and give out the awards. The first is from the Environment Committee, Elsa McAuliffe, our Deputy Secretary. She has it.
Okay, so the awards went to Albania, France, Ghana, Israel, Malta, UK, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. So, can you all stand?
Next to the special conference represented by our Secretary General, Anna Moore.
So the awards for special conference are Albania, France, Israel, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malta, and United Kingdom.
Next to ECOSOC, which was looked after by our other Secretary General, Sarah Griffin.
The awards for ECOSOC, Denmark, France, Israel, Kazakhstan, and Sweden.
Next are the awards from DISEC, which will be given by our Deputy PGA, Hugh.
So the awards for DISEC go to the following delegations: Albania, China, France, Ireland, Japan, Turkey, and Yemen.
And next to SOCM, which was ably overseen by our Deputy Secretary General, Amelia Flanagan.
The awards for the SOCM committee go to Albania, Denmark, France, Ghana, India, Israel, Russian Federation, UK, and Zimbabwe.
Thank you. And finally, the delegates from Security Council. The distinguished delegations go to Albania, France, Gabon, and Japan.
Now we are going to announce the delegation awards. There are 5 highly commended delegations and 2 outstanding delegations.
When the highly commended delegation awards are called out, the delegation will stand where they will receive a round of applause. The highly commended delegations are Albania,
China,
Japan,
Malta,
and United Kingdom.
We are now at the outstanding delegation awards. These 2 delegations were far ahead of all others in statistics. When your name is called up, the entire delegation should come up. Ms. Duggan-Evers will present you with your award, and the ambassador can make a short speech at the podium. And with that, the outstanding delegations at SAIMUN 2024 are Israel,
we'd just like to thank everybody we have a long list of people to thank, naturally enough. We have Royal Marine to thank, everybody from the executive team, Mr. Hare especially, really well-run conference, and of course, obviously, my delegation. I can't run a delegation without my delegation, and all the delegates. Really enjoyable conference, my last conference, unfortunately, and all of our and Mr. Hogan as well, who we would not be able to be here without. So thank you to everybody who I just mentioned.
Thank you. Well done, boys. Great job.
And finally, the second Distinguished Delegation Award is France.
Speech first. Thank you so much to everybody who made this conference a possibility. We appreciate you all so much. You are all fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody on the French delegation. I know that I speak for everybody when I say this, but MUN in St. Andrews really is a team sport, and we were all in it together way back when, since second year online. So thank you so much to my delegation, and most importantly, thank you to Mr. Hare and Mr. Quinn and all the teachers involved at St. Andrews for MUN, the impact that you had on inspiring us to speak out and to be part of a great community. Thank you so much. We are forever in debt. Thank you.
What's your dog? You're having never.
Thank you so much.
Now, one last time before we close with our closing ceremony, we'd like to get you all to do one more big round of applause for Mr. Hare, because truly, when we say this wouldn't be possible without him, it's not possible without him. It is now our honor to declare
SAIMUN
2024 closed.
Thank you all so much.
With that, you're all dismissed. Thank you.